Welcome back to the Infinite Energy ICCR. Brought live to you if you're watching on the live stream by the Beacon Hospital, and we're ready to go racing with the Patch Tire Equipment Junior Minis, and away they go. Joshua Henry and Leo Richardson it is. Richardson on the outside. Logan Hoy making it three abreast as they go under the bridge. Hoy on the outside. Great start from the second round. He's down the outside in the brakes. He's round the outside, but he's getting a little bit of help there. It's three abreast still as they exit Castrol Corner. Excuse me. Through Campion for the first time. Great grid of these junior minis. 1.6 Mini Coopers. Richardson it is from McBrearty, it looks like. Then it's Henry back up to third place. Then it's Hoy. Then it's Irvine. It's not raining at the moment. You might think it is, but it did rain during the lunch break. The track should be dry enough now. There's Young Files all the way from the back. Holly Dunyan gets caught up with Taft there on the outside in the Mondello Park scholarship car. He gets fired off on the inside. She goes sideways on the outside. Here they come now up towards Southside Motor Factory's corner for the first time, and it's Richardson. Then it's McBrearty. McBrearty really going well in the second half of the season. He was very quick last time out. Then young Joshua Henry gets alongside him, or does he? I think he does. McBrearty not leaving too much room, but I think Henry has got that just about. He does on the inside. Then it's Hoy, Irvine, Files all the way from the back. Great stuff, young Jack Files. And it looks like Dahi Kennedy. Let's just go back and have a look at that Taff and Dunyan incident coming out of turn 3. Here it is. Dunyan, so yeah, Taff up the inside, catches the back of Dunyan, cars upsets it. She goes back across, she's out of control there, it's not her fault. She's back across into Taff, nobody's fault really. That one just very unfortunate. He was up the inside, looked like there was a gap, but that upset the whole back of Holly Dunyan's car, turned it to the right and back across into him. Let's hope they're still running. No cars in the pit lane, I think they are. So Richardson now has been caught by Joshua Henry, who's up to second place. Just about to complete their second lap now. And Richardson goes defensive. Henry on the outside. Two really good young drivers. Hoy with a big lunge up the inside. Dundalk driver down the inside there. Does he get up to third place? I think he might do as they come out onto the main straight. No, doesn't quite have that straight line speed. Hoy lost an engine here at the last round, which is very unusual for these minis, and put in a spare engine from a road car. I think he might be still running that engine, so he reckons he's down just a couple of brake horsepower. He was actually one of the few drivers hoping for rain today. He's the reigning junior rallycross champion, Logan Hoy. But just in a straight line, he feels the engine is not as sharp as his previous engine was. Leo Richardson, the Mount Marion car, is now out front. The Stables car, the Donna Kelly-backed driver Joshua Henry, going beautifully there in second place. And Hoy takes another place back. That's McBrearty. He's down the inside of him. But Irvine has got by both of them. And Files has now joined the train. Then it's Taff. Then it's Leo McManus, I think that is, and Martin Finnegan. Is it Martin Finnegan? I think it is. Hard to identify the cars now. A lot of bright sunshine, even though it's hazy. It's unusual weather at Mondello Park today. Richardson though defends heavily. Henry goes high and wide, looking for a switchback, but Richardson has that covered, so they both run out to the outside. Files tries to get up the inside that time of Irvine. Is it? No, McBrearty he's attacking now. Fastest lap is Joshua Henry in second place. That's Kennedy actually in that battle that goes through we were talking about earlier. Leaders now heading out towards turn 3. Richardson leads. Henry in second place, a little bit of a gap back to Irvine and Hoy. And then almost contact there as Files gets down the inside of McBrearty. They give each other racing room on the exit though. Files had that move from McBrearty and another Stables backed car up the inside, lasted late breakers, and nothing Files could do there. There was a real Formula Ford style manoeuvre, wasn't it? A late lunge into the final corner at Mondello Park. Files trying to get it back now on the main straight. Finnegan going through. Leah McManus with Harry Dowling, Holly Dunyan and Ailey Sexton behind her as they go through. Then Dean Deasy. But out at front now, Irvine a little bit closer to the two leaders. Certainly Henry looks like he feels he's a bit quicker. But that's because Richardson guarding the centre of the road at certain places in the track, not leaving the door open at all. Really windy. If you've just joined us or you weren't watching before, unless the cameras are really being rocked around, there's very little we can do about it, so apologies for that. There's wind howling around the tower here. We were promised a storm today and it looks like it's on the way. As Files tries to run around the outside of Nordic Spirit corner for that place, but once again McBrearty is slightly later on the brakes, just out of picture here. McBrearty has it, but Files back up the inside. Classic Mondello Park manoeuvre, and Files has done it to perfection. That should be enough to steal that place away, I think. Indeed it is, and that's Files up to 5th place. Henry that time got alongside and forced Richardson to go in very late on the brakes. They both go wide as a result. Irvine almost with them now as they go through Campion Corner. Henry beginning to move around now from left to right. You can see that he had a look down the inside, then back to the outside. Probably getting a little bit anxious. He knows their car is closing up, so if he's going to get a move done, he wants to do it pretty quickly. Now, we did have a digital round of this championship last night at Mondello Park. They were all on the Mondello Park Sims trying to work that one out. So Joshua Henry is the championship leader after that round from Jack Files and Logan Hoy. TJ Taff is next up, then Leo Richardson in 5th. 2 races to go. This is their first race today. So this class backed by Patch Tire Equipment, the Clane-based tire equipment supplier. All sorts of jacks, lifts, ramps, anything like that. Brian Matthews is the man to talk to. So he's a big supporter of Irish motorsport, both in rallying and in motor racing. He's been involved with Mondello for probably 10 years at this stage. He was the first ever sponsor of the Fiesta ST Championship when it came in. He went on to the ST Championship, and he's delighted to back these junior drivers in the minis. Brian, Brenda Matthews, of course, big friends of Irish motorsport. So he invests in this one. So does Mondello Park heavily. So these drivers don't pay a registration fee. They pay a reduced entry fee. All their stickers, all their decals, everything like that. The digital round, all that stuff is covered by Mondello Park. They also supply a car to the scholarship every year, so you can enter that. It's usually in December or January. No date set for it just yet, but you can just come down, enter that race. You get assessed on track, you get a media interview, and you get assessed on a sim. And on the day they pick a winner, and the winner gets a free year's racing. They get the Mondello Park car, and they get tires, and they get entry and testing fees. And TJ Taff is the winner of that one this year. He's dropped back a bit in this race because he's had a little bit of contact there. He's at the top of the screen, but for the second half of the season on, he's been incredibly quick. And that car is only in its 3rd season, and it's won the championship twice. There it is going by us just now. TJ Taff, very experienced. Carter, and it's Dahi Kennedy going through, then Martin Finnegan. Holly Dunyan is next up, then Leah McManus, Harry Dowling, Ailey Sexton and Dean Deasy. Files now is eased away from Jaden McBrearty. McBrearty, another driver who's come on really well in leaps and bounds in the second half of the year. Very, very quick last time out here at Mondello Park. Waved yellows in the background at turn 3, but whoever it is must have gathered it up because the yellow flags have been brought back in. So nothing happening up front just yet. It's Leo Richardson from Joshua Henry. Henry late in the brakes, the car dancing around under him. Then it's Irvine, then it's Hoy, then it's Files closing in. Fastest lap is to Joshua Henry. But in fact, Files, I think it is, has a fastest first sector. So let's watch this lap time as they go by. Yeah, Files is fastest lap, 108.644. Here we go. Jack Files, the famous Files name, 4th generation of this family to race. His grandfather, Jack Files, an accomplished driver. His grandfather, Ken Files, as we said before, very quick, and Jonathan Files still racing, incredibly quick and spectacular driver. Jack, I think young Jack more in the mould of Ken perhaps than Jonathan. Jonathan is a commentator's delight because he's wild to watch and sideways and stuff, whereas Jack seems silky smooth, a little bit like Ken was back in the day, rarely out of shape but blindingly quick. Leo Richardson hangs on to this one. He's a third generation racer as well, and his grandfather Ernie here today, known to us from 205 GTI racing back in the day. He's at all these races, and he's going superbly out front, not being rattled at all by the presence of Joshua Henry, just a couple of tenths back. He doesn't block at all this time. And there's another lunge up the inside, Files up the inside of Hoy. Hoy sits around the outside, drag race down the main straight now. Hoy gets it done, so the engine doesn't look that bad as he gets that pull out of the corner. Jack Files right in behind him now. Oh, Jack Files with a late lunge down into turn one. That'll surely get the job done. But once again, Hoy happy to sit around the outside. Could he stay there for Campion corner? I think he can, you know. Third gear flat out in these little minis. They give each other a little bit of room. But Files sits around the outside and should have the inside for the next one. It's been great racing all year in this class, and with very few exceptions, they've given each other racing room. It's something we love to see at Mondello Park, and they've revamped the drivers' briefings here at Mondello Park, led by Drew Furlong, and they're a lot more descriptive. They include pictures, video, what you can do, what you can't do, and I genuinely think it has helped. I mean, this is great saloon car racing, but we don't get this historically, or people catching each other by the quarter panel and stuff like that. We just haven't had it in this class, and it's fantastic because these young drivers are the future. They'll move on to other saloon GT classes, single seaters, whatever they want to do. There's Irvine with a lunge down the inside of Henry. Henry didn't see that one coming now. That was well timed again. We're seeing a lot of that today. Last minute lunges into the final corner. Files the one on a charge here, though. That's what Henry's got to watch out for here, because that's championship stuff. Henry is leading the championship. Files is second. On drop scores, Files 14 points ahead. Oh, Henry takes it back down the inside, giving me place back. Just throws it down the inside into Castrol corner, and just literally reciprocated by him. And again, racing room given. It's hard racing, but haven't been any contact. Files all over these two now. He'll be hoping they keep scrapping, and he gets a run at them on the way out through that first apex of turn 3. And Files down the inside of Irvine. Irvine turns in. Files is there, takes off the lock. Doesn't keep turning in, nobody gets spun around. That slowed them both just a little bit, and that'll allow Henry to get away. Files is alongside. If Files could sit around the outside here, can't quite do it, tucks in behind. He'd rather get a good run up to the final corner and take a lunge, I'd imagine. Irvine went a bit wide though at the first bit, that'll slow him to the second bit. Files gets the run, chooses to go around the outside. Once again, did you see Irvine moving inwards, not outwards, giving him racing room. Files up the outside, they are still door to door. This is cracking saloon car racing. Where would you see it? Files right out onto the exit curve. He tucks in to have another go, but actually he's got a bit of momentum, so he's going to stay out there and leave it. Gets up alongside Irvine as they go by. Henry watching all this in his mirror. Irvine will surely be later on the brakes because he's on the inside, but Files matching him on the outside. Still they stay apart. Still the two door mirrors are intact. Some of the senior drivers could learn a lot from these two young men as they head towards Campion corner now. Stats a lap surely side by side from Irvine and Files. Fantastic stuff. The two blue minis door to door now on the way down to turn 3. They almost hit the limiter in third. They don't need fourth gear. Brave stuff from Files right around the outside there. Still side by side. They could do a whole race side by side. Maybe Irvine's got it done now, just about. I don't think Files is finished yet, but for the moment, he'll tuck in behind him here. This is fantastic stuff. Richardson leads from Henry, Irvine, Files, Hoy, Jaden McBrearty rounding out the top 6. He's got Logan Hoy right with him. Sorry, he's 5th now. He's ahead of Hoy. Files again looking to get by. Irvine trying to cover it, but I think Files might have got to the inside early this time. He has. He lunges up the inside and he takes the place away again. And he covers it on the way out, so no switchback options there. That almost allows McBrearty back up to them. It's almost like an 8-wheeled Mini coming towards us now. Look how close. You can see the pupils in their eyes as they go by us there. Files leading Irvine. And this time Irvine back down the inside. Gets it done again. This is really so clean, this racing. Not sure what happened there. There's a little bit of a cloud of dust. Everything seems fine. This Extreme 2 Campion though, that slowed them both just a little bit. McBrearty gets the run on them. He's happy to have a look around the outside. 1, 2, 3 together now. Now he tucks in behind them because Hoy was coming. Everyone having a look down the inside, but Files has got that covered, as indeed does Irvine. 4 cars together now. This is for third place. Richardson driving superbly out front. He's got a 1.5 second gap now to Henry. Files having come from way back up to third place. Files got away a little bit in those two corners. And Hoy is the one who's surely going to have a look here, and he does, down the inside of McBrearty, who covers it and also gets up the inside of Irvine at the same time. Once again, racing room given. Still two mirrors on those cars as they come towards us, hard as it is to believe. Checkered flag, too early, we could have let them run for a lap. Oh, just as I say it, they stayed apart all race long, but a little bit of elbowing on the run to the line. Leo Richardson takes the win. Superb drive from that young man in the Mount Marion Cars machine. Then Joshua Henry in the Stables car. Jack Files, what a race from way back, a charging race with some super racecraft. Kyle Irvine too, well done to him. That was an absolutely brilliant battle. Jaden McBrearty getting in the mix there towards the end. Logan Hoy right with them all the way through. And TJ Taff, good recovery after the early contact. Dahi Kennedy inside the top 10, he's 8th. Martin Finnegan 9th. I think that's probably Martin Finnegan's best result. Then Holly Dunyan and Liam McManus 10th and 11th. Then Harry Dowling, Ailish Sexton and Dean Deasy. So there's the finishing order for the Patch Tire Equipment Mini Junior Challenge Race 1. They will be back out on track later on. If you are from 14 years old to 17 years old, you can race these 1.6 125 horsepower minis. Have a look on ICCR.ie, click on classes and click on Junior Mini and it'll tell you all you need to know. Jack Files at fastest lap, 108.644 in that one. Straight back out on track with Legends. The officials very keen to keep things going for obvious reasons. The weather is still whipping up. You can see the flags on the left hand side. That's the only thing in that picture that'll show you what it's like here in Mondello Park. Flags and trees and everything being blown around quite a lot today. Flying portaloos in the paddock earlier on apparently. So difficult conditions. I just hope we can keep running and we don't get attacked too badly by the storm. It's still quite bright, but certainly very, very windy. Well done to our marshals, who as ever doing a great job here at Mondello Park. We had a lot of people collecting spot prizes for them just for a little bit of fun for the last race meeting of the year. Sign-on prizes for the marshals, so hope they all have a great day out. Fingers crossed the rain will stay away. Not raining, it might look like it there, but that's just on the lens as the Legends do their warm-up lap for their second race of the day. Richard Spence on pole, Evan Curran alongside him in that very distinctive green car, metallic green car. Then Gordon Brown, Scott Jackson, who won the first race, Anthony Malone, Willie Lawrence, Sylvie Bartlett, Lee Malone, Owen Lawler, Dave O'Brien and James Byrne. James Byrne is known to us, of course, from Fiesta ST Racing. He's having a go. Dave O'Brien, former ITCC top driver, very quick saloon car driver. He's having a go in the Jonathan Files 104 car. Went well earlier, but had a spin early on. But he'll be looking to make some progress up through the grid, right from the back of the plain white car there. They slow right down in grid formation. 1200cc engines. Very distinctive sound from them. Great class, very well run. And they always give good entertainment. Oh, Curran and Spence. Spence gets a great start from pole. Should be okay to lead down to the first corner with no mistakes. White car in the centre of your screen. He does indeed. A little bit of contact there behind as Evan Curran turns in, but finds Scott Jackson there already. Well, that's dropped Evan Curran way back. Well, when I say way back, 5th place, and he's up to 4th already. Scott Jackson with a big run, looking for the lead already, and he gets it down the inside. Somebody coming with him. I think that's Gordon Brown, perhaps. It's hard to see out of turn 3. It is Gordon Brown, I think. That puts Richard Spence back to 3rd. 4th place now because Evan Curran, his fellow front row occupant, slices down the inside as well at turn 3. But in fact, he holds that one off, so he's still in 3rd place. camera's being absolutely battered by the wind. Out on the balcony element of the tower, you can see of the tower. You can see the patch tire equipment minis still down in the holding area. This time 66 gets it done. Richard Spence there stays ahead. Oh, he goes a bit wide on the exit. That's Lee Malone from way back up to third place on the inside if he can get this done. It is indeed. Good stuff. And Willie Lawrence in there, 277, right around the outside in the distinctive blue car, up to fourth place now. So the two front row occupants back to fifth and sixth respectively there. By again, it's Scott Jackson, Gordon Brown right with him though. Gordon Brown at fastest lap, I think, at one stage at least in the earlier race. So he's got a lot of place in second place. He's beginning to move around, has a quick sniff down the inside of the leader there, but doesn't have a go on that occasion. Watch out for that Mace car, that's Owen Lawler. Another beautifully turned out car coming up. The rookies are close. Evan Curran from Sylvie Bartlett, Dave O'Brien and James Byrne. They are 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. But the battle is for the lead in this one. Scott Jackson with 5 minutes to go, holding off Gordon Brown. Lee Malone not too far away. In fact, the leader goes a bit wide there, goes very wide out onto the rumble strips. That gives Gordon Brown the run. And Gordon Brown gets alongside, possibly slightly ahead, but they come down into the left-hander. It's not where you want to be in these cars. They're not designed to have outright grip. They move around quite a lot under you. And sitting around the outside there would be a difficult thing to do, I would imagine, in these conditions. That's allowed Lee Malone to get right with them, and he's in the mix now for this one. That battle behind them, almost right with them, in fact, is the battle that the rookies are in. So the full grid nearly together. Oh, they've come together. That's two cars locked together. That is Spence, I think, is it? It is. It's Richard Spence. Oh, there's a car stopping on the exit. There's a tyre off that car, front wheel off that car, suspension damage. That'll be a red flag. Owen Lawler's off as well on the main straight. He's just pulling him with damage. So 3 cars damaged. Wave yellows. Surely they'll change to reds very shortly. Taking a while, but I think the red flag will be out here. Not just yet. There it is on the main straight. Still waved yellows at the final corner. Drivers are out of those cars. Red flags are now out everywhere. So drivers will get great warning. Good stuff, even at turn 3. There's Owen Lawler's car. He was coming up to the grid quite well. So, yeah, they're all slowing down. They've seen it. So good stuff. So that'll take a bit of time, I'd imagine, to bring these cars in. There are 3 cars there. I mean, you could possibly run again with Owen Lawler's car where it is, but certainly the other 2 cars will have to be removed. That's Evan Curran and is it Anthony Malone? Red flag's been waved. So they're being brought to a halt, something they're not used to do. They don't do standing starts, so they can do, but they're not. They don't normally have standing starts. They normally have rolling starts. So there's the errant wheel being retrieved from the gravel trap. Probably still has a bit of suspension on it, does it? It does. The hub's still there, so suspension is just sheared. It's actually designed to do that, to not damage the chassis on a lot of cars, single seaters. Stuff like that, you can wishbones can break in a crash and they can be replaced, as opposed to damaging a chassis, which is not so easily done. That car will have to be lifted, but I'm sure it's fixable. POB and the crew will get that sorted pretty quickly. In fact, wouldn't be surprised if we see that car back out there for race 3. Okay, well, it's going to take a couple of minutes, although the teleporter's out there and so is the rescue unit, but I think it'll take a few minutes to clear this one up. So let's have a quick commercial break and hopefully we'll come back to you with Legends Racing in just a few minutes' time.
GSE. The Blitz is more than just a logo to us. It represents who we are. It stands for the energy that flows into every single opal, and for our restless ambition to always go further, even if it means to break old patterns. By 2028, we will be fully electric. This is our focus, our energy. And we manifest it with a new, even more energetic Blitz. Like never before, it stands for who we are and where we go. Because it's much more than just a logo. It's our compass to head forward. GSE. Wow. Wow. Der Opel Astra Electric. The Blitz is more than just a logo to us. It represents who we are. It stands for the energy that flows into every single opal, and for our restless ambition to always go further, even if it means to break old patterns. By 2028, we will be fully electric. This is our focus, our energy, and we manifest it with a new, even more energetic Blitz. Like never before, it stands for who we are and where we go. Because it's much more than just a logo. It's our compass to head forward.
GSE.
Welcome to Mondello Park, more than just a racetrack.
We have conferencing facilities for up to 200 people.
We can provide a wide range of fresh, locally produced food, from soup and sandwiches all the way up to a full 5-course meal.
Test your team to work together in a series of racing challenges against the clock in our state-of-the-art driving simulators.
Or if you want to try the real thing, jump behind the wheel of one of our many supercars.
Test your team with our wide variety of non-driving team building challenges. Or beat the clock in our exhilarating auto test challenge. Mondello Park, so much more than just a racetrack. So we're back, and the timing screen says 3-minute restart, so a 3-minute race with one roll-up lap. I've never heard of a roll-up lap, but it sounds impressive. Let's see what that brings us to us. Fergus Brennan is hearing the same thing. I would imagine they're on screen through his headphones. There we go, 3-minute restart and one roll-up lap. I think that's a mix between a rolling lap and a warm-up lap, is it? It looks like it. I doubt that. Malcolm Sweatman beside me has a slightly different idea on that one, but we won't. It's not broadcastable, as the fella says. So yeah, there's a bit of discussion going on there. It looks like a 3-minute race, which normally would sound very short, but Legends can give you a lot of entertainment inside 3 minutes. Well, 2 cars going to rejoin from the top of the pit lane. Always good to see that. The BMW safety car is there, the M2. It's a good Bridgestone video. Bridgestone Ireland were their partners at Mondello. They were down with us a couple of weeks back, and they brought 2 young professional golfers with them. And they were trying to find out which was quicker from the first corner to the bridge, a golf ball driven by a proper golfer or a high-speed BMW. You'll have to have a look on YouTube to find out which was quickest. But actually, it inspires great debate, which is why they do it. The last time Phil Lawless did it a couple of years back, it might have been an M3 or an M4, but Phil came out of the last corner sideways just for the film, and it looked fantastic. And the first comment was, if the driver drove the car correctly, it would have been quicker and it would have easily beaten the golf ball on the run to the line, which, although it sounded a bit of a nerdy comment, was absolutely correct. So we've redone it without the sideways stuff in a more modern car, that BMW, in fact, that exact car that you're looking at there. So have a look at that Bridgestone Ireland a video if you can find it on YouTube. When you're finished watching this, of course, there's a beautiful view of Fergus Brennan. Fergus, bit of history in motorsport as well. He's a bit like me. There's plenty of the anorak in Fergus. He's got a lot of information in his head. He raced for years, but he marshalled for many, many years, way back when he was young. So he would have met John Morris and people like that. So Fergus would have watched. In fact, Fergus was marshalling in 1982 when Ayrton Senna raced at Mondello Park, and he tells a good story that on Friday, coming down into the SS Senna spun in the RF82 Van Diemen, and the back wheels just went into the gravel trap, so he waved for a push. So Fergus and two other marshals jumped down, ran across, and they pushed the car, and he bump started it, and as he drove away he waved. And Fergus said he met at least 10 other people that claimed they pushed him out of the gravel. He said there were only 3 of us and I didn't know the other 2. So Fergus, with good heritage in motorsport, also works with us in the corporate events down here during the week. He does the museum tours. There's a very impressive museum here. It's Martin Borain's collection. A lot of plans to upgrade it, and planning permission just received to add on to that museum and to put on a new reception area. And we're also looking to put in perhaps a new passenger bridge, wheelchair access, and a lot of other improvements here at Mondello Park. There's a wheelchair lift that's been added to the far end of the corporate suite in the last 12 months as well. So a lot of work ongoing here. Very, very busy down here with corporate events this year. Good team, they work very hard, and the product is good, which is great, because that's really where a racetrack makes its when I raced, I didn't think anything went on down here during the week, but that's actually when it makes its money. So there's the sign. Another improvement down here is that LCD sign on the right. Just you can see Fergus Brennan there climbing the steps to his gantry and waving the green flag to signal the much reduced grid to head away. 7 legends. A long time since we've had 7 legends on track at Mondello Park. Normally a full grid of these screamers, but I'm sure POB's team will be busy and we'll see a few more of them getting back out for race 2. There's another one going to add to it. That looks like Richard Spence. I think it is. Excuse me, Paul O'Brien's still out there. Or Dave O'Brien, I should say. Getting mixed up. Paul O'Brien to say it's. Great run earlier. Heading out towards turn 3. This is the camera that's mounted very high up down there, and it's getting an awful battering today, so it can be a little bit shaky. So here they come towards us. 3 minutes is all they're going to get, so it's well, it would be a dash for cash if there was cash at the end of it, but championship points they're all chasing, of course. 2 leaders from the first one are still there, so 99. We do have a 66 in this one as well, but that is 99. 66 is not in trouble, as the joke goes, as they come down towards us. Getting ready to go with Scott Jackson leading. They're all looking to get the jump. Willie Lawrence there jinking out early, and I think he's got the jump on Gordon Brown, and Dave O'Brien getting a run on everyone as they come down into turn 1. That's Dave O'Brien up to 4th place on his Legends debut, but doesn't make a place. Oh, does he? Oh, almost gets up the inside, almost gets in the door of Willie Lawrence there and has to back out of that one. Slows him slightly as they go through Campion Corner, but that's all allowing 99 Scott Jackson to ease away out front. Oh, Willie Lawrence down the inside, is he, of Gordon Brown? Gordon Brown just eases the door shut and says not today. High and wide for Dave O'Brien. That'll get him a good exit, surely. He gets it into the apex. Something that can be difficult to do with these cars when you're not used to them. There's a very unusual technique to these cars. He's down the inside though, Willie Lawrence, and he's up to 3rd place. Dave O'Brien. This is good stuff from the DOB Sports Cars man. Right out to the edge of the curb. He's trying hard, Dave O'Brien. He'd be delighted with this. He wasn't happy with the first race at all. A quick spin. He's side by side for second now, but that's left the door open, and Willie Lawrence has had a look around the inside, up the inside, but Dave O'Brien sits around the outside. Can he take it back? No, I don't think he can. They're side by side. He's going to be on the outside for the next one. In fact, Willie Lawrence just drives by him well before that though, but Dave leading the rookies now. There's not too many of them left, but he is leading the rookies. There are 3 left, in fact 4 of the 3. There's Dave O'Brien first, James Byrne in 2nd place from Zetex, and Sylvie Bartlett in 3rd for rookies. So great stuff from those guys, but out front it's Scott Jackson, Gordon Brown. Then it's Willie Lawrence who's under attack again from Dave O'Brien. So Dave O'Brien might be leading the rookies, but he wants an overall podium. Again, he's high and wide, classic Mondello stuff to try and get that run up the hill. But doesn't actually get the run. Maybe it's better with the legends to tease them and get them turned in early. I'm not so sure, but certainly, and any other car that you'd be quicker up the hill if you got that wide entry to the second apex of turn 3. But it's not working for Dave. Second lap in a row he's done, and he's lost time there. Surely, those two behind him are also rookies. That's James Byrne, known to us from the Dent Magic car, of course, in ZTEX, and Sylvie Bartlett, who went so well in Fiesta ST. He's an ex-V man, actually. That's him there in the van version or estate car version or whatever you want to call it. The others are all coupes. 3 rookies going nicely. I mean, they've all got a lot of experience in other classes, but they're rookies in these cars. James Byrne trying to hold off Bartlett, who's got more experience in these cars certainly than Byrne has. Wind is beginning to howl. I'm sorry if you can hear it, but it's whipping up a lot around here. I can see the Rallycross 2 there, dust being blown up off that out the window. No rain as yet. Well, that wind, it's showing rain on the lens down there, but that's not actually the case. Still there since earlier on. Back down towards the main arena now. 8 seconds on the clock, so this is it. Last lap looking good for a double for Scott Jackson. Gordon Brown all clear in second, then Willie Lawrence, then Dave O'Brien. And it's Bartlett, Byrne, Spence, Lee Malone and Richard Spence. So here they come, checkered flag is prepared if it's not blown out of Fergus Brennan's hands. Oh, he's delighted, look at that, tap on the roof of the car. He's taken 2 wins, great stuff from him. Gordon Brown second, Willie Lawrence third. Great drive for the DOB Sports Cars man, Dave O'Brien, the Porsche specialist. Then Sylvie Bartlett, second rookie to Dave O'Brien. Then James Byrne is the third rookie. So Dave O'Brien, Sylvie Bartlett and James Byrne, your top 3 rookies. And that one, Scott Jackson takes 2 wins out of 2 in Irish Legends. So there's your official results. So we're heading back now with the Bill Griffin Motors, the West Dublin supermarket just off the N7. They sponsor the striker class, have done for the last couple of years. Bill Griffin, of course, well known to us in Mondello. There's one of the last of the legends being brought back into the paddock. The gates being opened for that to go away just between the rescue unit and the BMWs, and then we are good to go racing. And it's Michael Cullen on pole position. We'll go through the grid when it comes up on screen, just once they're released out for their warm-up lap. But expecting good things here. Rod McGovern didn't go as well as we would have expected in qualifying, but I think he will race well. He always does. So let's keep an eye on that. The striker's due to be released in just a few minutes' time. Mondello, as you can see, that wind is getting worse. The guys telling me downstairs the truck that they broadcast from, the outside broadcast unit, is being rocked around quite a lot as well. There, you can see in the flags just above us there how severe it is. Strikers have been released. 1800cc Z-Tech engine, twin carbs. Great sound effects from these cars. The guys that drive them absolutely love them. They're in the spirit of the old Lotus 7, of course. Caterham's, Westfields, Silva strikers they were when they started racing here over 20 years ago, probably 25 years ago at this stage. But they have morphed into a proper race car. Back then they had a CVH 1.6 engine and hard tires, no diff, open diff actually, so they used to spin the inside rear wheel quite a lot. And now they have a lot more power. They've got a limited slip diff, rear diffuser, sticky tires, very, very quick motor car. There's the championship points. Michael Cullen leads from Victor Cullen, but Victor Cullen not racing today. Niall McFadden is third. Roger Wellerette next up, then Des Meehan, Dominic Ryan, Colin Marnane, Pat Bergen, Kevin McGrath and Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton only down at the bottom end of the top 10 by virtue of the fact that he hasn't been out much. He's normally right at the front. So Brendan Curran, Dara Evans, Jonathan Taylor similarly I think was only out for one race. And then Michael Ward and Laura Bergen, who did a single race meeting with us I think. So there you go, the Bill Griffin Motors strikers making their way out of the S's, out of Nordic Spirit corner now and heading up towards the final corner before they grid up and we get going racing here one more time at the Infinite Energy ICCR at Mondello Park. So here's Michael Cullen now in the Beacon Men's Health Check car, just giving a thumbs up there to, I'd imagine it's one of the LOH Motorsport team. Almost ready to go. Michael Cullen and Niall McFadden on the front row of the grid. McFadden with the car angled across. They pretend they're not friends, but they get on great, these two. But McFadden with a very aggressive angle on the car, but Michael Cullen gets away beautifully, as does Rod McGovern in the sister Beacon car. And he's already up to at least third place as they went out of view. Somebody on the grass, Cullen leading, but here's McGovern down the inside, and McFadden is going to find himself relegated to third, and that's exactly what happened. Just been told that Rod's had a strategy there. He's having trouble hanging onto the car after a couple of laps, which happens in these cars. So he said he's going to go as quick as he can for 2 laps, then he'll have to lift off. That's Kevin McGrath in the mix as well. Great guy, number 13 from Naas. He's very much involved in the running of this class. Kevin McGrath prepares his own car beautifully as well, and he's all over the back of McFadden now as the two Beacon cars, as they generally do, begin to ease away from the pack. So Michael Cullen moving away from this class next year. We're told he's won the championship twice, I think. Certainly won it already this year. And he's doing a lot of historic racing and a little bit of rallying. So the Striker's up for sale, both of them, I think. One is for sale, and both of the STs are for sale. Victor Cullen going to move up to say it. Oh, there's a big lunge up the inside from Kevin McGrath. Doesn't quite make it stick, but he gets almost alongside the Market Bar car, and in fact they are side by side now as they come out of the final corner. I've never seen dust blowing up from a gravel trap like that in the background, but it's happening now. Cullen, McGovern, McGrath, McFadden, Andy Dalton up to 5th place from way back. Big lock up behind him, that's Colin Marnane, 97. Then Roger Welleretna, another man involved in the running of the class. Pat Bergen, Brendan Curran, Damien Roddy making a return. He was always very quick in this class. Running number 2, he used to run number 88. Maybe he needs to get his old number back, but I think I was talking to him yesterday, I think we'll see him back out in the grids for 2025. Formidable striker racer, a little bit rusty perhaps, but he'll still be very, very quick when he gets back into it. Then Dara Evans and Richie Byrne. Richie Byrne did not complete lap number 1 according to this. Michael Cullen driving away from Rod McGovern already on the second lap, leading by 0.8 as they went by the line first time round, but it'll surely be a lot more now. Here they come up to the final corner. Michael Cullen, Rod McGovern, both of the LOH Motorsport cars. McGrath's now up to 3rd place. Oh, Rod McGovern, there, a big drift on coming out of the final corner. He's trying hard as Rod McGovern as they go by. It's McGrath next up. Then it's Andy Dalton next to make the move on Niall McFadden. Andy Dalton, one of the best racers in the paddock, always last at the late breakers, doesn't care where he qualifies, comes charging up, which is just as well because he qualified, where was he, back on row 3? But number 98, his trademark number for since 1998, I think, in this class. Go through Campion corner there. That's Marnane on his tail and Roger Welleretna. Good class to race in this one. They very much have a social element as well, especially when they go away to other tracks. Down the inside goes Dalton. They're just sliced down the inside just as McFadden was beginning to turn in. He already had somebody there between him and the apex, and that was 98. Andy Dalton, who's now up to 4th place. Michael Cullen with fastest lap. No surprises there on his first flying lap. Actually a full second, 1.3 seconds quicker than Rod McGovern, and the gap out to 2.1 seconds between the two LOH Motorsport cars. In fact, McGrath is hauling in Rod McGovern, I feel, here. As they come out onto the main straight. Here we are. The arms must be getting a little bit sore for Rod, yeah. So Rod out to a 3.55, a 2.4 for McGrath, clearly quicker than Rod McGovern. And in fact, I wonder, is there a problem there for McFadden, because he's falling back now. Dalton's got by him. That's Marnane queuing up behind him and Roger Welleretna. And he qualified well ahead of these guys. Turn 2 there. He's just got a 1 or 2 car length gap, but he's definitely under attack. So it's Cullen, McGovern, McGrath, Dalton, McFadden, Marnane. When they went by us, that's your top 6. But I think that might change again, because certainly under attack there is Niall McFadden in the Market Bar car. The battle really in this one is for 2nd place, I think. And that is Rod McGovern, who's under attack from 13, which is Kevin McGrath. That's it here now. McGrath has a look up the inside. Doesn't do it on this occasion. You can be sure Rod, or Rodney as Mick Merrigan used to call him, won't give this one up without a fight. He was a last-minute draft into this one. It was supposed to be Dave Maguire racing the car. Dave tested it yesterday, but he's got a battle to try and win for the championship, so he decided to concentrate on that, and Michael Cullen press-ganged Rod, no doubt, into driving the car. Rod raced the Striker before and was very, very quick, right up there with Michael Cullen last time around, as he was on the opening lap of this one, but he says he's getting a bit tired after a few laps. They're very hard on the arms. He's probably used to cars with power steering and stuff like that. But McGrath does look quick here. Again, right up on the back of that car. They're both set up well, both got good traction on the way out, no sideways stuff. Dalton next up on his own. Andy Dalton, the step-aside man. So it's Cullen, McGovern, McGrath, Dalton is your top 4 with 10 minutes still to go. Long race to go. We've only done 5 minutes of this one. Lunge down the inside from McGrath, but McGovern just turns in anyway. And Kevin McGrath gets a little bit sideways on the exit. Good battle between these two. Kevin McGrath with the fastest time through, fastest speed through the speed trap, 141.9. So still together now, going through turn 2. The camera's taking an awful beating now. Both that one and this one, they're the two cameras that are in trouble. We're beginning to shake around quite a lot now out of turn 3. This time McGovern covers the inside. McGrath high and wide, gets to the apex, gets on the power earlier, gets the run on the way up the hill towards us now. He's as close as he has been. He's surely going to look for a lunge into the final corner, or at least try and make Rod defend. Once again, Rod with a tight line on the way, and McGrath with a higher and wider line, trying to get the run on the way out. Back to Michael Cullen, who's just drifting the car out onto the main straight there. And this time McGrath, I think, has got up the inside on the exit. Surely he has. There's neck and neck. We know McGrath. Oh, McGrath not giving any. He's beginning to swerve across to the outside. I'm not sure what that's about, but it's normally someone being shoveled inwards, not outwards. But Kevin McGrath not giving up on that one, and he has it down the inside. Good driving, nicely done. He set it up nicely on the approach to Southside Motor Factory's corner, and then did a switchback and got up the inside of the way, and then has that move done now on Rod McGovern. I wonder, can Rod fight back? 8 minutes to go. We're not even at half distance just yet. It's Cullen, McGrath, Rod McGovern, and Andy Dalton. Dalton, in fact, faster than McGovern last time round, so he might be able to close these guys down. Personal bests behind him from Niall McFadden and indeed from Colin Marnane. So Michael Cullen now 9.2 seconds up the road. Oh, McGrath turns in, plenty of front end grip, almost got crossed up on turn in there. He's driving that car nicely, but it's obviously on the nose. A little bit of opposite lock before the apex there. Gets on the power. Rod McGovern is definitely beginning to track him, though. He doesn't want to let him get away, and I think Andy Dalton is coming at them just a little bit, you know. He is personal best for 3 dead for Andy Dalton, 3.8 for McGovern, 3.4 for McGrath, so Andy Dalton is coming to join the party. McGovern's hanging on though. He told us he was going to charge early and then slow down because his arms were sore, but he's not giving up here. A bit of true grit being shown. I'm sure he's gritting his teeth there if the arms are sore, but he's not letting Kevin McGrath get away. There's going to be a battle in this one. I think that's where it'll be. Oh, he's out over the curbs and the exit of the Essence at Nordic Spirit corner. And now it's McGrath who goes defensive on the braking zone down the inside. Rod drifting the car beautifully on the way out. They're both trying quite hard. You can tell that by the body language of the cars. McGrath goes through. McGovern goes through. McGrath 2/10 clear, just extending that gap. And visually now, you don't need a stopwatch. Closer again to them, and a 3 dead again. So half a second quicker almost is Andy Dalton that time round. So Dalton with the bit between his teeth, having a real go. He'd love a podium position, no doubt. Marnane going slowly, 97 there on the main straight. And in fact, McGrath beginning to get away a little bit, and getting sideways there is we just had getting sideways there was Andy Dalton. Sorry about that. We just went to the main straight. There's a car slowing there. That was 97, Colin Marnane. The white flag was being put out there. That's to signify a slow-moving car in front. Slow-moving vehicle, in fact, because it could be any sort of thing. But in this case, it's the stricken car of Marnane. Here's McGrath, McGovern, and Dalton almost with them now. Let's watch the lap times again. 3.3, 3.4, 2.8 for Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton, the only one of the twos bar Michael Cullen. So Andy Dalton really is pushing. You can see those cars in front. Michael Cullen way down the road, but Rob McGovern in the Beacon car struggling a little bit here. Definitely Kevin McGrath getting away. A few tenths quicker every lap, and charging up to the back of him now is Andy Dalton. And Andy Dalton only does his moves on the brakes. He's famed for being last of the late breakers in these strikers. He's balancing the car beautifully there at the apex. Looks well set up and getting on the power early. He really is on a charge. This will be another quick lap from Andy. 2.8 last time round. Sideways and out onto the curbs at Nordic Spirit. There he is on the brakes from way, way back and almost down the inside. That's an Andy Dalton maneuver, if ever I have seen one. I don't know how he does it, but he brakes impossibly late. That's brought him right back up to Rod McGovern now. White flag, slow moving car in front. Don't see anything. There it is. Oh, it's still Marnane. He's done another lap at reduced speed. So Dalton now close enough to have a look. Well, he wasn't anywhere near close enough to have a look the last time around, and he did. But certainly if it stays this way until the final corner, we can expect another Andy Dalton lunge to the first apex. And again, he closes down on the brakes. McGovern has loads of racecraft. He really has. He's raced everything around Mondello, from Z-Tex to say at Super Cups, 205 GTIs, you name it. Here's McGrath. There's Dalton with that lunge. We could have sent a text message. We knew that was going to happen, but switch back from Rod McGovern. Gets to the inside. There'll be nothing in a straight line. There rarely is in strikers. I think Dalton's got enough done, or has he, as they head down towards the braking zone. Well, it'll be braking purely just to evade the slagging from Michael Cullen, but it's too late for that. Dalton sideways round the outside and takes third place. McGovern now definitely going backwards in relative terms here. He will try and hang on, but Andy Dalton is the man with the pace in the last few laps here. If you exclude Michael Cullen from the equation, of course, he's already changed into civvies almost up front. McGovern going high and wide, trying to get a run up. In fact, the front of the car didn't want to turn in there. Big twitch just before the apex. Dalton there, easy in third place. Sideways stuff from Kevin McGrath. He needs that because coming up to him now with 2 minutes to go is Andy Dalton. Maybe Andy's not finished yet. Let's look at their lap times. Oh, exactly the same. Both on a 3-2 that time round. So Andy Dalton still pushing. McGovern trying to hang on. He was half a second slower that time round. Certainly that's where the action is in this one. Michael Cullen's 9-second gap has opened up just a little bit. It's 15 seconds now out front. So McGrath right into the apex. No sign the tyres going off. Different lines from all three drivers there at the second apex, turn 3, but with similar results as they head back up the hill. 1 minute 30 to go. Michael Cullen heading for the line to start another lap. So we'll probably get 2. Stretching out just a little bit now for second place. Marnane is still going around in the background there. Oh, Dalton with a big lunge again from way back down the inside. It's not conventional, but it certainly works. I think Kevin McGrath could be in bother here next time round. Andy Dalton took loads out of him on the brakes. Didn't necessarily close the gap down by much, but he's so late up into the last corner. I'm not sure how he does it. I'm sure Kevin McGrath will be aware of that, though. They're good buddies, these two. 56 seconds to go, so they'll get another lap after this one as well. But certainly Dalton, was he quicker last time round? Well, he was by 0.8 of a second. I don't think this is over, you know. The car on the right of your screen running in second place. Kevin McGrath is driven beautifully, but charging up from well back and closing him down again on the brakes there is Andy Dalton with unconventional lines. Let's watch up at the final corner. As they come down into the left-hander Bridgestone, then through the right-hander Nordic Spirit. But it's heading up to Southside Motor Factories where it happens for Andy Dalton. He's way back, but let's see, here they come. Up to the final corner. In fact, McGrath has opened that gap on that lap, definitely. Is that Michael Cullen slowing down? It is. Michael Cullen slowed right down. McGrath's got up to him. So Michael perhaps just having a little bit of fun, who knows, but McGrath's down the outside here. I'm not sure what happened there. Michael Cullen has suddenly appeared from a 15-second gap. It's gone to 0.079 second lap. So I'm not sure if he had a quick spin or he's just eased off. But that's where the fun is now. So suddenly there's a battle for the lead, and this is the final lap. So it's the Beacon Health Check car of Michael Cullen from the local man from Naas, Kevin McGrath. McGrath's done well here, hasn't he? Andy Dalton's just dropped back a small bit, or he'd be in this one too. And then it's Rob McGovern in 4th place. Cullen immediately begins to get away again. I'm not sure if he had a spin or missed gear or something, but we'll find out later on. But certainly opening the gap again straight away as they head up through Nordic Spirit Corner for the last time I should say, and then up to us on this, the final lap. That's Dara Evans, about to be lapped. I should escape being lapped, so he needs to keep going when he crosses the line. This is difficult to do when you're being lapped on the run to the line, because the checkered flag will be prepared, but if he crosses it first, he's got another lap to do. Here's Michael Cullen taking the win, Kevin McGrath next up, Andy Dalton in third place, Rod McGovern in fourth place. The first four pretty much together. Great drives there from McGrath and Dalton. Certainly we'd expect it from Michael Cullen to disappear up the front like that, but good charging drives from the other two. Rod McGovern in fourth place with the sore arms. That's arms, in case you misunderstood me there. As they head down the main straight. Now it's not finished just yet. It's Roger Welleretna from Pat Bergen, then Niall McFadden, who must have a problem. He was right up front early on in this one. And the next up will be Brendan Curran, but I suspect... No, they're still going, that's okay. Yeah, no, Dara Evans has kept going. Dara Evans was going to come in the back gate there, but someone said no, no, no. So he's kept going. There's a car there we didn't see in the race. Is that? Oh, that's Damien Roddy, who's disappeared a few laps back. The red car. He's pushing the car back in. Here's Dara Evans and Marnane coming down towards us just to take the checkered flag. That's Marnane to complete the running order for the Bill Griffin Motors Irish Strikers Championship Race 1. Well, there you are. We've got some nice windy pictures here there for the last couple of minutes. But they have released the ST Super Cups to come back out and race again. So this will be interesting. Gave us good entertainment in race 1. And I don't expect it to be any different this time around. Barry English will start on pole position. We'll go through the grid in just a few minutes' time, but they're coming down the pit lane already. ST Super Cup Ireland. Say it's coming out now. A message from Davy Byrne down in Wexford. Kevin McGrath and Jack Byrne are both, in fact, Ballinaboula men. Well, I'll call him a blow-in next time I see him in Nace then. Thank you very much, Davy Byrne, for that one. Great stuff. So, yeah, he's not actually a Nace man at all. So, a blow-in. Everyone's a blow-in in Nace, aren't they? I used to work in Nace. I used to live in Nace, I should say, and anyone with a Dublin accent at all. And there's plenty of them there. Still blow-ins 20 years later. Brian Matthews here beside me, a blow-in from Ballantyre. Patch tire equipment. Dundrum, no, Dundrum because it's worth 20 grand more than Ballantyre. Somebody commenting here in the commentary box that we might all end up back in Nace if the wind doesn't die down just a little bit. So weaving around is Barry English, well known to us here at Mondello Park. Came from an oval racing background, but hard racer in this in ST Super Cup. He's been racing for a few years now at Murray Motorsport. Stephen Wright alongside him, the rally man. He's gone very well on his graduation. Just appeared this year with a car and is very, very quick. Didn't have a good race this morning. He'd be looking for one now. Mark Turley, well, needs no introduction if you're a fan of Mondello Park. Mark's a top saloon car racer, went missing for many years from the entry lists and is back. And has touched the Jonathan Files about him. And there will never be a boring race when Mark Turley's in it. He's a commentator's delight because he gives it everything, always on the door handles. Brian Berry next up, another man that's relatively pretty experienced now. Used to race with Sean Wood's racing team, of course. He's Siobhan Wood's favourite driver, so I can't say anything against him. Should be on the phone. So Brian Berry going nicely in the ST Super Cups. That's him just now going through, running now with Murray Motorsport in the blue and yellow machine. Then Eddie Peterson, Peterson's cars like new. Then Paul Parr, who went so well earlier. Then Paul O'Brien, Dave McGuire, Aidan McNally and Max Turley. Paul O'Brien with a big charge early on, but way back again on the grid. So Dave McGuire right at the back pretty much. This will be interesting. Max Turley showing up there too, and he is out there weaving around furiously right at the back, so we'll be keeping an eye on him. That's of course son of Mark Turley, but with the same genes, he'll be worth watching. Great driver and very, very quick. So let's see how he gets on. Getting ready to go now. The red lights are on for ST Super Cup Ireland, and the rain is just coming. These cars are on slicks. Wright makes a great run away there. That's not the grid I've been given. Apologies for that. I think it's a little bit different. But either way, it's Barry English leading. Then Wright, then Parr, then Peterson on the inside. Turley on the outside. Max Turley on the outside. Eddie Peterson not giving too much tarmac to him, but that's a good first lap. Or a couple of corners from Turley. I think he's going to get by Peterson there, is he? He is. McGuire up there too. They were both got ahead of Berry. They'll run out to turn 3, so it's English, Wright, Parr. Oh, Peterson and Turley are together, and Turley off into the gravel on the outside. If he keeps it pinned, he might get out of there. He will get out of there, but well back. Himself and Peterson there just elbowing each other on the way out to turn 3 and getting caught up. So Peterson not in the mood to be messed with. I think he's got championship things on his mind. The rain is coming down though, and these guys are on slicks. It'll be difficult conditions for them. And right, the rally man up the outside now and looking to get back up the inside, but slowing it right down is Barry English at the apex. Nobody getting a run on me, and Parr is right with them. So two oval racers and a rally man out front in this one. Then it's Maguire, I think. Indeed it is. Then Peterson, then Berry, who's up a couple of places. McNally, O'Brien, Max Turley. Not sure what the protocol is here with these cars with slicks on and the rain beginning to come down, but let's see how we go. Parr looking very quick there and having to go to very defensive is right, but Maguire is coming up to these guys. Peterson trying to hang on to him. Championship at stake here, of course. Still English right and Parr. The gap back then to Maguire, but I think this is going to be a fast as that from Maguire. I think he might have closed them down a little bit. Let's see when they go by us. Oh, the car diff's working hard there, and the car's weaving around as they try and get traction going by us. 340 brake horsepower, slicks and rain. Wouldn't be easy. Yeah, Maguire does do fastest lap at 2.9. He's the only one of the twos. No, he's not. Max Turley with a 2.9 as well. Max Turley's ahead of McNally. Paul O'Brien going nicely too. Turley on a bit of a charge. Let's see how that goes, but they're beginning to crowd Barry English for the lead, and Wright is happy enough to have a look around the outside, but he has to back out of it and get back to the inside to stop Parr getting down his inside. So he's in one of the positions like Peter Barrable was earlier, where you got to look forward and backward all the time there. But Dave Maguire's time is almost half a second quicker than the leader that time round, so he is definitely going to catch these three in front probably by the end of the lap, I would imagine. Maguire going nicely there in fourth place. Wright gets a great run off the S's. Barry English sees it coming and goes to the inside. Wright's not sure what to do. He's got to make sure nobody gets down the inside of him, so he doesn't want to go too high and wide. English is very conservative there, almost stops the car at the apex and then gets on the par to make sure nobody gets an undercut on him. And Wright, Parr, and there's Maguire again. Fastest lap again for Maguire. We saw that coming at 2.7 now. A 3.9 for the leader and a 2.7, so 1.7 seconds quicker than the leader that time. Dave Maguire, he's going to have to make progress up to this, because otherwise if he stays with them, Peterson's going to get up to him. Championship battles, of course, so it's English, Wright, Parr. Oh, there's Stephen Wright with a great run off the S's, and he gets alongside. He almost gets the nose ahead. They're side by side in the braking zone now. Up in the Southside Motor Factors corner. Will he be given room on the exit? I suspect he will. He will be given room on the exit. He's right round the outside and he leads, even if momentarily he's trying to close the door. Barry English says, I don't think so. Whoa, there's a little bit of contact as they go by us. I was putting my elbows in there, and there's contact square on at the back now, but Wright holds onto it. Will he get turned in? He will get turned in. Here's Maguire around the outside, sideways, and almost loses it, Dave Maguire. And there's Peterson now alongside Maguire. They're championship contenders side by side. Paul O'Brien has caught them as well. So Dave Maguire almost got right up the front there, but it all went wrong. The back end letting go. They're on slicks, remember, and it's wet. Two Chargers now behind them. That's Paul O'Brien and Max Turley. Potentially the quickest man on track. In fact, they are the quickest man on track. Max Turley has just set the fastest lap, and he's way quicker than anybody else. He's in the 61s. Nobody else on track at 61s. In fact, the leaders are now lapping at 63s. So let's see what happens. There's Turley down the inside of O'Brien. He's up another place. He now has got two more championship contenders in front of him. So Wright leading and beginning to get away. Wet conditions suit rally man. Ask anyone in the Fiesta ST Championship about that. Wright White incredibly quick in those conditions. Oh, Barry English pulling in, and that's such a shame. He'd driven superbly, obviously a problem for that car. Pulls off to one side. That puts Parr up to second, Maguire up to third, Peterson next up, then Max Turley, Paul O'Brien and Adrian McNally. Barry English pulling in just opposite us here in commentary, right on the start-finish line, in fact. Turley now all over the back of Eddie Peterson as they go through Campion corner, gets a bit of a run, but Peterson holds him off. Maguire at the front of that queue, but certainly it's he must have had a slow lap this time round because they're queuing up behind him just a little bit. It's Maguire, Peterson and Turley now. English moving that car in. Somebody just waved him a little bit. He's moving the car closer to the bank and further away from the track, so good stuff as they come by us. And right now has been closed down by Paul Parr, who's just done fastest lap of the race. Paul Parr is really on form today in that beautifully turned out car. He's caught right in that one. He's taken a full second out of him on that lap, and the gap is down to 0.5. You don't need to stop watch, you can see it. Third place is Maguire, who's pulled away from Peterson. And Max Turley, Paul O'Brien, Adrian McNally. We're missing Barry English, Brian Berry and Mark Turley, I think. So still 7 minutes 44 to go. We're only at half distance in this one. Parr now really piling the pressure on Stephen Wright. Clear road for Maguire behind them. Let's watch the lap times as they go by. Parr with fastest lap from last time round. Wright goes quicker and Parr goes quicker. It's getting it's definitely getting drier out there because the lap times are tumbling. There's a number of cars, 4 or 5 cars now in the 61 second bracket, but Parr with the fastest lap, 61 dead. Still nowhere near the pace these cars would. They'll go comfortably under a minute around Mondello Park, but not just yet. So Wright not looking rattled at all, even despite that pace of Paul Parr behind him. And it's Maguire in third place, Peterson in fourth, and Turley in fifth. Turley not making much more progress really, considering the early pace he had. In fact, Maguire looks like he's falling back now. Lunge up the inside, but comes to naught there for Parr, but the back end of Wright's car breaks away. Held onto it though, just already had the power on when it happened. It's just that the car pivoted at the apex, and no problem to Wright standing on the power. Touch of opposite lock and just pulled it out of that beautifully. They head down towards turn 1, Castrol corner. Then through Campion corner, turn 2. Wright, Parr, Maguire, Peterson, Turley, O'Brien and McNally. Just 7 cars still running in this one. So 5 minutes still to run in this one. So all beginning to get it stretched out after all that early action. Gap out to just over a second now as Stephen Wright becomes the first man to go under a minute, 59.9. 3/10 quicker than the leader, looking very comfortable with the car. It's moving around underneath him a little bit, but like any rally man, he doesn't mind that. So Stephen Wright going really well here. Parr in second place, Maguire in third place on a minute 0.5. They're both on a minute 0.5. Minute 0.1 for Peterson, slightly quicker. So he's 4/10 quicker than Maguire. He might get up closer to him, but they look pretty equally matched for the last 3 or 4 laps. 4 minutes 50 to go now. And this one, so right out to the edge there, pushing very hard is Stephen Wright. Parr not letting him away though. He's closed him down a little bit in the second half of this lap. Still have the wipers on. They come back down to complete another lap. Let's watch the lap times. See if they go quicker again. Yeah, both in the 59s this time for the first time. The track is definitely coming to them just a little bit. Right, there's Paul O'Brien with fastest lap now. Where is he? There he is in the back of that group, 59.5. That's half a second quicker than the leaders, pretty much, give or take. Way quicker than the cars in front of him, so he might make some progress here. He's captured Maguire and Patterson's now. He's ahead of Turley. So Paul O'Brien on a bit of a charge. So Stephen Wright beginning to flick the car around just a little bit. It was a touch of opposite lock there on turn in for the second apex as well, so he's beginning to enjoy himself just a little bit, I think. Gap just visibly opening as they come around the S's. Through Nordic Spirit on the exit and up the hill to the final corner, Southside Motor Factors. Yeah, right on a 59.6 that time round. Doesn't take fastest lap back from the 59.5 of Paul O'Brien, but Paul O'Brien was slower on that lap. In fact, out to a minute point 3. Max Turley 102.1, so Max Turley going very slowly now considering the pace he had earlier. 3 minutes to go on this one. Both of the cars getting into that inside curve, no problem. In fact, I think the fact that the track is drying is giving them a little bit more grip, and the slick's only coming up to temperature now as opposed to going off what they would normally be doing towards the closing stages of a race. Not just yet. There's Paul O'Brien, 27, right behind Eddie Peterson now. A little bit slower that time. Paul Parr, the only one in the 59s that time by. The lap time's going up and down just a little bit. 2 minutes 11 seconds to go on this one. O'Brien thinking of a look down the inside, but Peterson good and late in the brakes there and hangs on to that one, no problem. But he can't do anything about Dave Maguire. He's just beginning to creep away from him there. Stephen Wright out front now, 1.9 seconds to the good last time round. A personal best for him at 59.6 that time round. Paul Parr on a minute point 059. Dave Maguire a minute point 3. Minute point 4 for Peterson, a minute point 3 for Paul O'Brien, who holds on to that fastest lap from a few laps ago. .38 seconds to go, so this will start the final lap. So here they come for the final time. Stephen Wright. Driven beautifully to get out to the front. He's had an attack from Paul Parr, but he's got away. And it's a big, big gap at the checkered flag. He takes a well-deserved win in saying Super Cup Ireland. Then it's Paul Parr, Dave Maguire, Eddie Peterson, Paul O'Brien, all going through. Then next up should be Adrian McNally, indeed it is, the former rally man coming out onto the main straight. And then Max Turley, who's obviously in trouble. He had a great pace early on, but has dropped right back in that one. He takes the checker flag now. So There's your results. That's how they crossed the line. All with 340 brake horsepower this time, so nobody on a lower horsepower. Right takes a great win there from Paul Parr, Dave Maguire, Eddie Peterson, Paul O'Brien, Adrian McNally, Max Sturley, Barry English and Brian Berry. So next up is the second race for the biggest grid of the day, the Siltec Safety Fiesta Z-Tex. Rain seems to have stopped, certainly momentarily.
GSE.
Wow. Wow. Der Opel Astra Electric.
The Blitz is more than just a logo to us. It represents who we are. It stands for the energy that flows into every single Opel, and for our restless ambition to always go further, even if it means to break old patterns. By 2028, we will be fully electric. This is our focus, our energy, and we manifest it with a new, even more energetic Blitz. Like never before, it stands for who we are and where we go. Because it's much more than just a logo. It's our compass to head forward.
Back to the Siltec Safety Solutions Fiesta Z-Tech Race 2, being led around by Neil Murphy from Siltec Safety in the Siltec Safety Fiesta van. that we gave him as a present live on air a couple of meetings back. He gets great value out of this little machine, and leads them round for the formation lap. I'm not mentioning fish graphics just because Ian just walked into the room. He did actually do a great job on that, and we all kept it a surprise. Somebody saw it actually coming through near Mondello the night before, and they said, "Did I see you in a little Fiesta van?" And he was like, "No, I haven't got a Fiesta van." And it was covered up down in Garage 1. We were all terrified, but nobody said a word. It worked well, and he's just peeling off into the pit lane now, while the contenders come down to line up with the biggest grid of the day here at the Infinite Energy ICCR. Top 6 reversed, so it's the rookie on pole position, the Delta Airlines pilot, Aidan Mulready. He's been incredibly impressive. It's his second race meeting at Mondello. He went to Kyrgyzstan because he wanted to get more mileage in the car, and he somehow won a race up there in this car in Kyrgyzstan. Alongside him is Jason O'Connell, well known to us, former rookie champion, very quick. Then it's Alan Dawson and Sean McGovern on row 2. McGovern, Barrable and Kellett, the championship contenders here. And Maguire, a little bit of contact and off he went. He recovered well to 9th place. Watch out for him. That's the red and white car at the top of your screen on the left. So Aidan Mulready is, as we said, the man we're talking about today. He's car number 217, a Delta Airlines pilot, and he will start this one from pole position. A lot of rookies as well. We'll be keeping an eye on them as we get going later on. You can identify them if you're watching live timing. They're marked as rookies on it now. So we should be ready to go. I think it's almost dry, but I always say it's easy for me to say that. And away they go. Delta Airlines cleared for takeoff. Doesn't make a great start. He's okay, but I think he's certainly second. He is. It's O'Connell has pulled back, pulled alongside him. Dawson up the outside. McGovern up the outside of everybody, and so late on the brakes down into turn 1. McGovern looking to sit round the outside of Dawson, but Mulready coming back at both of them now as they exit Castro Corner for the first time. Looks like Dawson might have got up to second place. Somebody goes curb hopping on the inside. All the rest streaming through. It looks like we're all still going. Indeed we are, and Mulready is back up to 3rd place there. Kellett's made a place. Crucially, Kellett's made 2 places down the inside. He won the first race, and somebody goes wide. Dawson goes wide, and Kellett down the inside again. William Kellett, the man on the move here. Dawson gets boxed out to the outside, and McGovern gets by him. There's Kelsey Kirby, Daly, Michael Graham, all the rest coming charge. There's John Rock, JR. We hear Braden is watching him from his new home, from out foreign, as they say in Ireland, and his young fellow watching him making his race debut. So John Rock going well. He's got a lot of support here today. So here they come up the hill now for the first time, and Phil Lawless is on the back of that lead group in his newly acquired car. But it is O'Connell. There's Mulready having a look up the inside. Peter Barrable in there too. Ulick Burke, who stayed up all night putting a different engine into that car down the tyre brigade. And he's not going too bad in the patch tyre equipment car. He's got Maguire alongside him now, and then Phil Lawless right with both of them. Phil Lawless said he just bought this car, he's just getting it going. He was happy enough with it, and McGovern has a look down the inside of Kellett, but Kellett has that one covered, I think. And it's Dawson, Mulready, Peter Barrable, Maguire, Ulick Burke, and Phil Lawless looking around the outside there. I think that's the ex-Hannah Seltsy car. Perhaps he gets around the outside, in fact, and sits it out through Campion Corner with Ulick Burke for 8th place. But it is Jason O'Connell out in front. It's the 2 Kellett Motorsport cars, 1st and 2nd at the moment. Then McGovern and Dawson, Mulready, Barrable, a gap back to, that is Maguire, and then Ulick Burke has taken it back from Phil Lawless, 2 massively experienced drivers. Then Mark Daly. So Mulready leading the rookies, Daly 2nd, Sam Doyle 3rd, Toby Maguire 4th, Alex McCann 5th, Adam O'Mahony 6th in rookies, Michael Moynihan 7th, and Liv Corcoran 8th. No, John Rock 8th, Liv Corcoran 9th. So they pack streaming up towards the final corner now. All very late in the brakes. William Kellett catching the leader just a little bit. Now Barrable gets down the inside of Aidan Mulready there. Makes up another place. Slippery surface flag being shown there. Nobody off down there, so I'm not sure if it's just for rain or why that's being shown. It's just being shown on the main straight, I think. McGovern trying to get around the outside of Kellett there, beginning to pile the pressure on. And it's Dawson, Barrable, Mulready, Maguire, Ulick Burke, Phil Lawless, and Mark Daly rounding out the top 10. And Maguire looking very quick here. He's all over the back of Kellett. Kellett goes to the inside. They're both closing up a little bit on Jason O'Connell as well. Jason O'Connell a little bit wide, and William Kellett gets up the inside as they come up the hill. Wonders his team tactics now. It certainly looks a little bit like it as Kellett slides through into the lead, and the 2nd Kellett Motorsport car slots in behind him. Well, if that's what they're doing, they've done it particularly well. William Kellett now leads this one. Having a great day out. He won the first race, which meant he started this one from 6th, and he's leading it now. Coming up the hill, it's William Kellett, McGovern, but a launch up the inside. McGovern brings him up to 2nd place as well. Gets by Jason O'Connell. Dawson trying to get by as well, but Barable's caught Dawson now. And in fact, Maguire has caught Mulready and is right with the lead train. It's not over just yet. There's 11 minutes to go. And Dave Maguire is definitely coming back into it here. Look at that at the top of your screen. Maguire's going to try and get down the inside of Mulready. He gets down the inside of Mulready and takes that place away. All of a sudden, Maguire is now in the mirrors of the title contenders up front. But William Kellett is doing all he can do. All you can do on these championship deciding days is control the controllables. You can only do your best, and that's what William Kellett is doing. He led race 1 and won it beautifully. He's got his way up to the lead in this one, but McGovern does look quick and determined, so it mightn't be all over just yet. And Maguire very much on a charge. That said, Mulready gets back down the inside of Maguire there. Maguire sits around the outside of him though and should have it perhaps as they come back down into the left-hander here. Maguire does and takes that place, so that puts Maguire up to 6th place. Maguire's gone really well all year. Maguire and McGovern, the two young chargers in the class. William Kellett's not a whole lot older, I'd imagine, but he's certainly very calm and composed, and he's a former champion. It's in the Kellett Motorsport car. He's won this championship already. He would love to win it again. He's driven superbly in this car. McGovern very quick as well. Has done well all year. Maguire's been right in there. Barable's had problems with his car. He led the championship early on, but he missed 2 rounds, and then he had a misfire that he just could not trace. He's certainly back on form today. Phil Lawless still ahead of Ulick Burke there. That's for 8th and 9th place. Barable looking down the inside of Alan Dawson there. And that's got Maguire right back up onto both of them again. So 9 minutes 20 seconds still to go. First 6 together. They generally are in Z-Tex. It's a very close fought class. It's very heavily policed technically, so not much advantage to be had in cars. Kellett right out to the outside, not being ruffled at all. Full racing line, doesn't defend. Maguire high and wide to try and get the run on Barable on the way out, try and get up the inside. Don't think he can do it. He's trying to get it done. No, Barable just eases back into line there. No advantage to be. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars together. Then Phil Lawless, first time out in this new car. Next up, Ulick Burke right with him. McGovern having a look down the outside on the brakes there, and Kellett having to go in very deep on the brakes to hold him off. In fact, they're bumper to bumper now, and they've got a bit of a gap to Jason O'Connell. So that means McGovern can have a real go without having to defend. He'll only have a couple of corners of that though, because if William Kellett slows them down at all, that'll have the rest up onto them again. So Kellett inside line, inside line, inside line, no gap at all, doesn't take a racing line, down to the inside. He's entitled to do that. 2nd gear, then get on the power nice and early and stay to the left now for as long as you can. 3rd gear on the way back towards the main arena. McGovern moving around behind him, but Kellett's not locking wheels. He doesn't look flustered at all. Same in race 1. To get the cars turned through the left hand of 2nd gear up into 3rd gear, under the rainbow, and flat out through Nordic Spirit corner here, right out to the outside. I suspect Kellett may defend here, because he'll know they have a gap. He does defend here, centre of the road. McGovern sniffs that, goes to the outside, tries to switch back to the inside. They're bumper to bumper at the apex now as they come out onto the main straight. This is great stuff. It's Kellett, McGovern, O'Connell, then it's Dawson, then it's Barable, Maguire and Mulready all together, and Mulready doing superbly. The rookie hanging on to the leaders here. Big gap behind them, and again McGovern whips out from the outside. He's so late in the brakes. They're door to door, but Kellett's got it all done again. Down the inside, no mistakes, no gaps down the inside. This is a great battle. It's how you want to end a championship, isn't it? Door to door, bumper to bumper, and McGovern trying everything he knows. He looks slightly quicker at this stage, but Kellett is calm and collected out front. And again, look at this, Kellett staying right to the inside. McGovern eventually gives up sniffing at the inside, back to the outside. He really is all over the back of him here, trying to get up onto that inside curb to get a run on the way up the hill. They both get the same run, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th together. McGovern, they're still holding that gap though. They're not going too slowly, so that's not allowing Jason O'Connell back up to them. So 6 minutes 52, 7 minutes odd still to go. Here they come now, right out of Nordic Spirit corner, right out to the edge and out to the curb there. There's McGovern with a big lunge up the inside. I thought that was going to be it, but Kellett saw it coming. Just closed the door nice and firmly. No contact between them at all yet. It's good driving between some top saloon car racers here again. Seen great racing at Mondello Park here today. Look at this. Kellett, McGovern, O'Connell, Dawson, Maguire, Barrable, Mulready, all pretty much as one. Again, McGovern goes to the outside. Kellett's got the inside covered. No mistakes, no locked wheels. Doesn't get out of shape at all. In fact, they're all back together again almost, aren't they? O'Connell has brought that train back up to them. McGovern gets to run to Campion every time and then looks to the outside, but William has that covered. Just leaves the car over to the right hand side of the track, and weaving around now behind him is McGovern, just showing him the nose of the car. He'll think there are two Z-Techs behind him and not one, but he certainly, as we said all the way through this race, Kellett is not looking flustered at all. And I'm being very speculative here. I haven't got the points in front of me, but I do think William Kellett is looking good if he can stay where he is for this championship, for his second ever Z-Tech championship. Down at the SS, Mulready locking the inside front. The Delta Airlines man, as he tries to hang on to these drivers, all massively more experienced than he is. Around the S's, through the left and through the right. 5.5 minutes to go. Maguire has got by Barrable and now is having a look at Dawson there. Dawson heavily defensive, so Maguire's not finished just yet. So here they come down the main straight. Watch this battle behind. Dawson so defensive. Peter Barrable tries to sit down the outside of Maguire. But Maguire has got to get by Dawson if he wants to keep his championship hopes intact. First two still absolutely bumper to bumper. O'Connell all on his own now in third place. First two still having a go, but no gaps down the inside and good exits. Kellett's got it all done, hasn't he? He slows it right down at the apex, then he gets on the early. A good calm drive so far. McGovern not getting too wild. He is trying to give him the work over. Look at this side by side. Alan Dawson's gone very defensive for some reason. That's allowed Barrable by, but he won't allow Maguire by. Maguire just keeps the shoe in though and gets by him. They're all gone by Dawson now on the way out. I'm not sure what was happening there. But here we come. Look at the two leaders here. McGovern again, high and wide, flicks the car in, looking for the switchback. But William knows exactly what's happening there, and he just doesn't get on the power too early. They come out absolutely together. So Maguire's up another place. Mulready as well got by Dawson there. So I'm not sure what happened to Barrable. Made up all the places. I think maybe Maguire and Dawson might have, I'm not sure. I suspected it looked like he came together, and it's a big go down the inside. And a little bit of contact, but backs out of it that time does McGovern. But William Kellett himself moving around in the braking area there. It's beginning to get a bit frantic up front, but the contact was square on and not followed up. I think William won't have an issue with that one. It's only if you're shoved wide you'll have an issue. But certainly McGovern is trying everything, but William has got it covered, hasn't he? If you're used to Mondello National Track and you know what you're doing, it's hard to get by. And that's what McGovern is finding here. It's going to take something special. Barrable back in the mix here, isn't he? Here they come through the S's left-hander and through the right. The wind is really whipping up here outside again. Apologies if you can hear it through the sound. So there are doors rattling and everything in the tower here. McGovern goes to the inside, back to the outside. William Kellett again gets on the power, drives right out onto that exit curve. McGovern goes with him, then eases back across the classic Mondello Park line towards the Armco barrier on the main straight. McGovern right with him again. He'll surely have a lunge somewhere here. Inside, outside, where's he going to go? He has a look at the inside. Kellett covers it, back to the outside. It's Groundhog Day, isn't it? It's just no new moves. There's nothing left really in the armory with 2 minutes 35 to go. It's really how you want championships to end. A battle like this with championship contenders right at the front. McGovern really having a go in the Morgan Dempsey run car. And Kellett just ahead of him in the Kellett Motorsport run car. If Kellett can get this one home, it'll be 2 championships in a week for the Kells-based Kellett Motorsport team, father and son. One in UK and one in Ireland. Here they come back towards us one more time. There's a graphic on the left showing you the order. Barrable having a real go there for third place. Same thing again, high and wide. This time he tries to get the nose up the inside. He's got the nose up the inside. Little bit of a mistake for Kellett, and McGovern's got it done in the closing stages of this one. They're neck and neck down the main straight, but that was what McGovern's been trying to do for a few laps, and Kellett just went a little bit wide, and McGovern had that undercut done coming onto the main straight. Who's going to brake first? They're both very late in the brakes. Kellett tries to lean on him, but no, nothing at all. They're door to door. Kellett gives him racing room. That graphic might have just shielded that one. Kellett's gone right round the outside. He might take this back, you know, at Campion Corner. He's up over the inside curb. Again, racing room given on the outside. Well done to William Kellett there, but McGovern, I think, has got this one done. Barable's going to try and get through as well. Kellett's not for lifting though, right around the outside. Gets back in when he knows there's a Fiesta ST size gap. He's using his head here, William Kellett, isn't he? Oh, and O'Connell into the back of Dave Maguire there. Carbon copy of what happened almost in race one. This time Maguire wasn't having any of it, kept it pinned, and it pulled back straight. He's door to door with Delta now, and there's a little bit of hopping and bouncing going on there. It's getting a little bit frantic in the closing stages. There's Liv Corcoran, the newbie. She comes up there, but the leaders are closing her down. 38 seconds to go. They're going to start the final lap now. McGovern has got the lead. Kellett's in second place. Kellett this time with the switchback, and McGovern's gone wide. Don't believe it. Kellett, I think, has got it back, you know. He's on the inside this time. This is absolutely brilliant racing. It's what we wanted. Neil Murphy will be absolutely loving this one from Siltech Safety. McGovern has the nose ahead, but Kellett's on the inside going down into turn one. He should get the job done. McGovern tries to sit around the outside, doesn't manage it, and Barable's in the mix now too. Barable won't mind mixing it with him because he is mathematically in with a chance of this. He'd need a lot of non-finishes and stuff, but he knew this morning that he could still have a go. So Kellett led the whole race. Looked like he'd lost the battle for the lead of this one, but he took it back with the same move up at the final corner. Oh, look at McGovern drifting the car around. Just a little kiss on the back bumper of Kellett's cars. They both get on the brakes, but doesn't get him out of shape. Doesn't affect anybody. Maguire's had a good run from where he started on the grid to get up to fourth place here, right with the leaders. Fastest lap is 2 Maguire, 4 of them absolutely together. Now it's almost a pity to wave the checkered flag, but William Kellett won't agree. Here they come out of Nordic Spirit Corner for the last time. The Siltech Safety Championship decider. Kellett goes to the inside, McGovern goes to the outside. He doesn't go for a switchback. He tries to sit right round the outside. That won't work and give Barable the run, surely, as they come towards the line. Checkered flag is being prepared. William Kellett's got the headlights on. He's got the indicators on. He's got his 2 hands in the air, and William Kellett takes the win. What a superb drive by William Kellett. Peter Barable gets it on the run to the line. That puts Sean McGovern back to 3rd. Maguire in 4th. Dawson in 5th. Jason O'Connell 6th. Aidan Mulready 7th and wins the rookies from Phil Lawless. And then it's Sam Doyle and Ulick Burke absolutely together, the 2 Tire Brigade boys. So fantastic stuff there. So great stuff. My phone is hopping here. Everyone at home enjoying that one and abroad. So yeah, brilliant stuff. Had to take a deep breath. What a race by William Kellett. All the pressure piled on him. He lost the lead briefly, took it back just as quickly. So the Kellett Motorsport squad will be absolutely delighted with that one, and why wouldn't they be? A great job by they're already over there. I can see Samantha Kellett. You can see the blue jackets. We watched them on telly in Silverstone last time, and they're here at Mondello Park now. So great stuff from William Kellett. He's done so well. He's delighted with that one. Standing up on the sill of the car, of course. So as the congratulations go on down in Park Ferme for the Fiesta Zetec drivers, the Fiesta STs are being released from the assembly area for their championship decider. So we're getting ready to go. Fergus Brennan listening in his ear for the nod to let them go, but it's McMullen who will be in pole position for this one. Darragh McMullen, courtesy of a 6th place finish in race 1. Ross Barnes with one hand on the title, the Alloy Repair Centre Championship, and he's sponsored by the Alloy Repair Centre. He's going to be on the outside of the front row. Then it's going to be Charlie McKillen, who went so well earlier on. Really, really impressive stuff from the newbie. Then Derek Graham, who certainly has the pace to win this race. He's very, very quick in race 1. Jack Conaghy and Michael Cullen. Jack Conaghy, superb race from him earlier in the Sean Woods Racing Conaghy Motorsport car. And then Michael Cullen in the Beacon car. Watch out for Michael, he's not going to sit there, is he? And then it's Tim McQuaid and Victor Cullen, the LOH teammates. Next up, Trevor Farrar, Brendan Fitzgerald, John Elliff, Gordon Kellett, Wayne Laverick, Roy White, Christopher Grimes Sr., Chris Jones, Gary Lynch and Marcus Hayes. Green flag being waved by Fergus, who's our official starter today. And the car's heading out. Trevor Farrar, Brendan Fitzgerald there, John Elliff, Gordon Kellett, Wayne Laverick, Roy White, Christopher Grimes Sr. And the 2 cars that were damaged earlier are back out there, so well done to Murray Motorsport and LOH Motorsport for getting those cars fixed and getting them back out in the grid. So they're weaving around now to get some heat into those Nankang tyres. Here we come. Warm-up lap almost over. The cars at the final corner. 15-minute race to decide the Alloy Repair Centre Championship. The Alloy Repair Centre specialist alloy wheel refurbishment. State-of-the-art equipment up there. We had a photo shoot up there at the start of the season. It's a very impressive premises. Crash Repair sister company as well. Just off the Bellegarde Road, Cookstown Industrial Estate. And they're back on board to sponsor this championship again next year. In fact, they've bought a car, so hopefully we'll see Owen Cullen joining the grids next year. I think he's down here today, but as we said, could be anywhere in the world watching this one. So the cameraman being blown around a little bit down there, unfortunately. Winds really are whipping up. We are getting ready to go. As soon as the last car lines up, there'll be a flag waved at the back to signify to the starter that we're happy with everything. The Marcus Hayes and the John Hayes cars, himself and Chris Grimes at the back, courtesy of that shunt earlier, but they're both back running. So watch for Michael Cullen in this one. See if he can help Victor at all, because Ross Barnes is doing it all on his own and doing it nicely. He's on the outside of the front row. Ross Barnes will be looking to get across the bows at McMullen here, but McMullen would love to take a win. Red lights are on the M-Town Bridge, and away they go. And Barnes gets a cracker, and Barnes leads away. Derek Graham goes with him, though, down the outside of McMullen, and in fact that's McKillen that's in the mix too. So really bad start for Darragh McMullen, which doesn't normally happen. Somebody down the outside, surely that's Michael Cullen, is it? One of the Beacon cars right round the outside of everybody there. McKillen having to fight him off on the exit of Castrol and doesn't do it. One of the Beacon cars has made up a lot of places. It's hard to identify them, but it's Barnes, it's Derek Graham, it's McMullen. I thought McKillen had got by McMullen, but he hasn't. And it's Cullen. Just the question is, which Cullen? I suspect it's Michael Cullen. Would need to be Victor to keep his championship hopes alive, though. Everybody streaming through there. No damage, no problems just yet. All still running. down into the S's, and very racy looking is Derek Graham. I did say he probably would have the pace to win this race, Derek Graham. So all the rest of them streaming through there. Has a look down the inside. Barnes rebuffs it. It's McMullen, then it's actually, we think we may have had a power issue here. Apologies for that, but the timing screen has gone down. But we can see the action on screen, certainly, and it's being crowded now as the leader. And championship leader, we're back on screen. Ross Barnes leading Derek Graham. It is Michael Cullen up to 4th place. Victor Cullen's down in 6th place. So Michael Cullen very much on a charge here. And right round the outside for the lead goes Derek Graham. Great stuff from Derek. He's been unbelievable on his debut last weekend and this time round in the last time out and this weekend in Fiesta STs. Drove superbly this morning. He's already in the lead, Derek Graham, from 4th on the grid. And now McMullen is back on the tail of Ross Barnes. Michael Cullen, the danger man here, perhaps in 4th place. So it's Barnes, Graham, McMullen, Michael Cullen, Tim McQuaid, Victor Cullen, Jack Conaghy, Charlie McKinnon, Brendan Fitzgerald, and John Aliff was the top 10 when they went by the last time. Not too many changes just yet. Definitely getting a little bit darker out there though, as Michael Cullen slices down the inside of McMullen. McMullen not having any of that, just slams the door shut, hangs on to his 3rd place. That's Tim McQuaid, his LOH teammate. Very impressive relative novice in this one now, but he's had a win in the wet already this year. Fastest laps to Derek Graham that time round. 0.7 of a second quicker than the leader, and that includes the overtaking manoeuvre, of course. So Victor Cullen now on the tail of Jack Conaghy. In fact, they've swapped places last time round. So Michael Cullen looking for a way past Dara McMullen now. Cullen high and wide, looking to get a run back up the hill. It does get a slightly better run. 2nd gear as he grabs 3rd right on the back bumper of McMullen, goes to the right, then goes back to the left to try and have a look down the inside into the S. It's not a conventional overtaking maneuver. So despite that start, it's not, well, it is going to plan, isn't it, really, for Barnes? If he could just stick there in 2nd place, he's happy out. He'll surely take this. He was ahead coming into this meeting, and he finished ahead of Victor Cullen last time round, but slicing down the inside is McMullen, and a little bit of contact into the championship leader there. But Barnes gets back across in front of him, only just. That gives Cullen the run, and Cullen now on the outside and alongside Dara McMullen now as they go under the bridge. And Ross Barnes looking in his mirror going, is that Michael or Victor? It's Michael, there he is. How's it going? Down the outside on the brakes, tries to sit around the outside. Nothing McMullen can do. Cullen just sweeps around the outside. He's up another place, and he's now on the back bumper of Ross Barnes. So Michael Cullen really going well here. Fastest lap to Jack Conaghy. 106.9, way quicker than anybody else out there. So now Michael Cullen beginning to pile the pressure on Victor Cullen on the back of that group as well, crucially. But I think even if Victor can get up to Ross Barnes, I think he would need to finish well ahead of him. So there's Kellett. There's Cullen down the inside of Ross Barnes now. Gets the job done for 2nd place. And McMullen coming through as well. It's not working for Ross Barnes here, but he's okay. He still just has to finish, I think, ahead of Victor by a couple of places. But certainly McMullen having a look, Tim McQuaid having a look. Then it's Conaghy. Oh, Tim McQuaid, not sure what happened there. It looked like he had contact, but I don't think he did. The car just giving a hop or a bounce or something there as it turned in, and that allowed Conaghy to get by him. So it's Cullen, it's Barnes, it's McMullen now for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Derek Graham all clean out front. So great stuff as they head down towards turn 3. Very unofficial, but I think this is enough for Ross Barnes to take his first championship. But we've still got 9 minutes 45. We're only a third of the way through the race though. They come towards us again, and Ross Barnes is being usurped. It's that's Connacht gone by him now. So he's dropping right back, and that's going to bring Victor closer to him. In fact, it's definitely what it does. So Ross Barnes now back to 5th place. It's Fitzgerald and McKillen battling away there. So McKillen have a drop right back. He was way up the front early on. So it's Graham, Cullen, McMullen, Connacht, Barnes, McQuaid. Mullen having a look up the inside. A little bit of damage to the back of his car. Connacht trying to get a run on him now, coming out onto the main straight. So it's Graham, Cullen, McMullen, Connacht, Barnes, McQuaid and Victor Cullen. Fastest lap is to Connacht still. Fastest through the speed trap was Connacht. It's now Wayne Laverick back in 13th place. So Derek Graham with a 1:24.7 through the speed trap. Fastest is 1:32. Derek Graham now out front to the tune of 2.48 seconds. So Graham, Cullen, McMullen, Connacht, Barnes, Tim McQuaid, Victor Cullen, Charlie McKellen and Victor Fitzgerald and John Elliff is the top 10 now with 7 minutes 15 to go, so just half distance. Connacht having a go at McMullen now. He's flashing his lights at McMullen, not sure why. In fact, Barnes slowing down a little bit, and now Tim McQuaid has caught him. Tim McQuaid having a go, and Victor Cullen right in the mix. So the championship contenders are in that second group just there. And Victor Cullen has just got one car between him and Ross Barnes. Something happening out the back. That's Tim McQuaid. McQuaid's got a big engine blow up there. We can see it on screen. Sideways stuff. That's oil onto the back tyres. Nothing surer. Big armful of opposite lock. Somebody else off there before him. I think he's put oil down. It's McKillen. McKillen on the left-hand side of your screen. Just look at the smoke coming out of McQuaid's car. That's, I would imagine, an engine blow up, which is unusual in Fiesta STs, but the amount of opposite lock he had on would suggest he's put oil down. I think that's why the other car has gone off, but I think we could see a red flag here, you know. It's just they're not parked in a particularly good place. Clerk of the course will be having a look at that one. Safety car. I see a safety car sign. It hasn't been put out just yet. It's being held, brandished, and it is out. Safety car sign is out. So there we go. BMW Ireland safety car. Push that car maybe to the infield if they had to, but certainly the other car will take a little bit of towing to get out of there. There's 5 minutes to go, so that was 64% of the race completed. Safety car picked them up here, but if they did stop them, we wouldn't have a result just yet, but they're not going to stop them, so they're going to try and a couple of laps behind the safety car. 4 minutes to go. Unlikely they'll get another lap, I'd imagine, unless there's a snatch unit already. There is a snatch unit already down there, isn't there? I can see, yeah, there is. There we are. So they've got one car. They can hook one car up. They probably need 2 units down there if they're going to do it quick enough. I think they will get this sorted pretty quickly, but I don't think we'll get another racing lap, so that will probably be it. And that would, I suspect, make very provisionally would make Ross Barnes the champion. Although Victor Cullen had got was next up, wasn't he? We were 5th and 6th just now because Tim McQuaid had had that blow up. Smoke still coming out the inside of the car when Tim McQuaid opened it there. Obviously a big engine failure. Here's the pack just being led by the cars that are causing that safety car. So it's 3.5 minutes to go. So the car's being, they have cleared that up, but I think we're going to run out of time. In fact, we have run out of time. The clock is at 0, so I would imagine that the safety car will either peel off now. No, it won't, because the lights are still flashing. So I would expect it to lead them through by the checkered flag, and that'll be a result which will give the win to Derek Graham, second to Michael Cullen, third to Darren McMullen, and it will give the championship provisionally to Ross Barnes. He'll be a relieved man, Ross Barnes. I'm not sure if he had a problem there, but he was beginning to go backwards just a little bit, which isn't like him. And Victor Cullen is right on his tail, but Victor would have had to beat Ross by a significant margin for that to change. Ross was he was leading the championship this morning and had extended that lead in race 1, but Victor Cullen did manage to bring it all the way to the last race. Here they come out of the final corner now, and I think the checkered flag will be waved below us. Indeed it will. Fergus Brennan is brandishing the checkered flag just below me here. Ross is weaving around. He's not warming his tyres, he's celebrating. And why wouldn't he? That's going to be our 2024 Alloy Repair Centre champion, Ross Barnes' first ever championship. He's worked hard for that one. He'll be absolutely delighted with it. So there they go across the line. Fantastic stuff from the Fiesta ST. It's been a wonderful season for them. That's a class that probably faltered in terms of numbers a couple of years ago. Cars are worth there's a bit of value in them now. There's a few cars, one for sale at the moment actually on Dundee, worth the money. And a lot of new drivers coming in. Derek Graham, Jack Conaghy, John Elliff in the last few years, a few others, so it's great to see. And Charlie McKillen, of course, who's just got very, very quick at the end of the season. So that is our Alloy Repair Centre ST Fiesta Championship Race 2 results. They'll be on the podium shortly. Neil Murphy already down there with the Fiesta Z-Tech boys and girls. So good stuff from that championship. Another one rounded off. We'll be moving on with, I think, Formula Boss next up shortly. Nice shot there of the Hill of Allen out over turn 3. It's, as we always say here, that's where the weather comes from. Generally today, perhaps not so much because the wind is blowing, but if you can see the Hill of Allen, it's generally going to stay clear here. When that goes out of view, it means there's rain on the way. We've done pretty well today. I know the wind has been really bad. It's been tough for people in the paddock, no awnings and stuff like that, and a couple of bits and pieces have been moved around, but the rain did stay away to a certain extent, so that's great. We'll be back on track in a few minutes' time. Just some cars still being brought in from that last race.
Der Opel Astra Electric. GSE.
Welcome to Mondello Park, more than just a racetrack.
We have conferencing facilities for up to 200 people.
We can provide a wide range of fresh, locally produced food, from soup and sandwiches all the way up to a full 5-course meal.
Test your team to work together in a series of racing challenges against the clock in our state-of-the-art driving simulators.
Or if you want to try the real thing, jump behind the wheel of one of our many supercars.
Test your team with our wide variety of non-driving team-building challenges. Or beat the clock in our exhilarating auto test challenge. Mondello Park, so much more than just a racetrack.
Hello, GSE.
So as the Fiesta ST drivers to the podium, as they head to the podium now, we go racing again with Formula Boss Ireland. Michael Connolly in the Connolly's top line machine will start this one from pole position. Small grid, but we should have a little bit of action as the first race is anything to go by. It's Michael Connolly, and it's Carl O'Brien who drove so well in race 1. Dara Daly was incredibly quick on his debut in this car. Managed to take the lead and pull away for a strong win early on. Then Martin Daly and Noel Robinson in the Jonathan Files Ralt RT4. So just 5 cars on the grid for this one. Revs are up, 5-second board is held out. Red lights will come on. Great sound effects as they all drop the clutch at the same time. Michael Connolly gets a cracking start. Dara Daly goes with him. Dara Daly looking down the outside on the brakes. We spoke about this earlier. It's supposed to be very hard to warm these cars up, not just tires but also brakes. Connolly fends him off and he leads. Dara Daly already up to 2nd place though. Carl O'Brien just being outgunned by the big cars on the run down to turn 1. But as we saw earlier on, he will push all the way to the end. A lot of cement dust being put down there to cover the oil from the blow up in the Fiesta ST race. Come back down towards the S's for the first time. It's Michael Connolly leading the Connolly's top line Formula Boss Ireland Championship race 2. And it's Dara Daly. Big lockup. That's what happens to these cars. Martin Daly was telling me that even up in Kyrgyzstan, which would be a higher speed, it's hard to get temperature in the brakes. They tend to snatch and lock, and you can flat spot a tire really easy. What you're actually watching is Michael Connolly pushing so hard to try and keep away from Dara Daly in 2nd place. Looks a lot more confident and stronger, certainly early on in this race. Dara Daly was all over him early on from the off in race 1, but Michael Connolly looking very good here. Dara Daly will be trying to get up to him and trying to get by again, but Connolly with 3 or 4 car lengths lead as they get down to turn 3 for the 2nd time. 15-minute race. Dara Daly in 3rd place. Then a gap back. Noel Robinson has got ahead of Martin Daly there in that battle for 4th place. Odd looking skies in the background there. You can see a little bit of patches of bright sky, but there's definitely rain out over that turn 3 somewhere. Another big lock up on that inside front from Michael Connolly. If he keeps that up, it'll surely flat spot the tire if it hasn't already done so. Dara Daly will see that, of course. 52.9 for both of them that time round. They're pretty equally matched. Dara Daly with a more conventional high racing line, turning in a little bit later, coming out in the centre of the road. Michael Connolly turning in earlier, which a lot of the Boss drivers do. They find it quicker. Certainly some of the F3 cars, the drivers were explaining to me that they turn in quite early, and Apex quite early for turn 1. Daly closing up just a little bit now as they're out of turn 3. Both of these cars being driven well and driven hard. Carl O'Brien just running a little bit wide there in the background. Dara Daly now visibly closer, almost right with him. I'm sure we'll see a move coming somewhere. Not sure where from. Car moving round under Michael Connolly. Seems perfectly happy with that coming out of the S's as he stands on the power and squirms. No locked wheel this time, so the brakes might be up to temperature. Gets on the power. Daly with a slightly better exit is right under his gearbox. What a sight to see these two cars battling away with each other. Connolly holding just very slightly leaning towards the inside line, but that's the line he takes anyway. Turns in earlier and Dara Daly turns in later. Similar result on the way out as they head to Campion corner. Once again, the two bigger cars pulling away. World Series machines, great sound effects as they go by. Carl O'Brien is on in second place. There's Noel Robinson just coming into the braking area in the Rolls RT4 with full length of the straight ahead. But that car, as we said earlier, is what, late 70s. It's probably it's well over 40 years old in terms of technology. The engine is more modern. It's very potent in a straight line, as Jonathan File showed us last time. He actually got ahead of Tony Green at one stage and held him off, but just didn't have any downforce. Still Michael Connolly, not giving it away quite as easily this time. Oh, Dara Daly wags the tail of the car there. He looks like he's been driving it all season long, doesn't he? No fear at all, just stands on the power, happy to pile on a bit of an opposite lock. Both of these guys being pretty hard on the cars, pushing on, aren't they? We saw Michael Connolly with the car moving around under him, specifically in the early laps on cold tires. He looks more composed now, but certainly Dara Daly, is he quicker? Maybe fractionally, but he doesn't appear to have the advantage he had in race one. He has been able to get right up behind Michael Connolly, but no real attempts to get by just yet. Mind you, 1/3 distance, 9.5 minutes still to run on this one. Connolly's been quite clever there. He's not over defending, but centre of the road just to discourage any big lunges that Daly might be thinking of. This could be a good lap for Connolly. Yeah, 52.9. He's the 10th quicker that time round. Looked like he extended his lead, but then Daly comes at him on the brakes down into Castrol corner, doesn't he? He's much closer at the apex there than he was at the final corner, Southside Motor Factors. The two Campion, they're pretty equal down there and up through the gears as they just pile on the power in these big cars out into the country and through the first apex. Again, he's closer, but only fractionally, so there's not much in it. They're well matched on this one. I think as Connolly's tyres come up to temperature, he's more at ease with the car, and I think he did have a problem. He fell back severely towards the end of the last race, but it's not happening this time. And look at that, he's extending it at this part of the track. Very quick through the S's. He's brave and quick through the S's, and he extends it. But into the slower corners, Daly is very aggressive in the braking area, using every inch of track there, and almost getting the car into shape on turning. And again, look at Daly with the car moving around under him. How many times have I said that about how many different Dalys? The commitment is unquestioned from any of that family, and he really is having a go here. But Michael Connolly looking composed up front, certainly at this stage of the race with 8.5 minutes to run. Together now at turn 3. Dara Daly needing all the curb there on the way out. Again, Connolly a little bit quicker out of there. So certainly at different places on the track there, Connolly's quicker and Dara Daly quicker at certain other places. In fact, this time Daly stayed closer to him through the S's than he had done before, and he closes him down again on the brakes up into Southside Motor Factors corner. This is where Daly stands on the power. Car just twitches a little bit under him. He looks like he's born to it, Daly, doesn't he? Tilting his head into it and leaning his head forward when he gets on the power. And once again, he's closer here. He goes high and wide to try and get a better exit, but the track's barely wide enough to get the two of these cars side by side. Well, that's an exaggeration, but certainly a run out of turn 1, you're not going to be able to do anything without doubt in these cars, because through Campion Corner they'll need every single bit of road. They're very, very quick, make no mistake. In the 50-second bracket, we were told in testing, Barry Rabbit sent us a message, and 51 was fastest lap earlier on. They're in a little bit slower now at the 52s and 53s. And Carl O'Brien beginning to match them. 52.9 for Dara Daly that time round, 52.9 for Carl O'Brien, which is a personal best, but he's 7.7 seconds back. Now he did match them and begin to close them down at the last race, but I think he's too far back. Look at the top of your screen, it's him just coming to Nordic Spirit, whereas we're already out onto the main straight with these two World Series cars, and Dara Daly flirting with disaster there, just putting a wheel out onto the curb, doesn't care, standing on the bar. Car, a little bit of opposite lock again as they head down towards us. Back towards us again. 6.5 minutes to run now. Well, as we said, there were only Noel Robinson's thrown off into the pit, so just 4 cars still running now. But as they said, it only takes 2 cars to have a race, and we've got one here as Dara Daly has another go up into Southside, just sticking the nose up the outside, and then they're both getting on the power. And you can see they're getting on the power as early as they can. One trying to get away, and one trying to get the run. There's nothing in it now. Dara Daly pretty close. This is what he did last time, just went down the inside. He certainly thought about it there, didn't he? But Connolly is, as we said, very composed, centre of the road. He won't mind the fact that Daly appears to be quicker at this stage of the race. He just hold that centre of the road, get on the power when he needs to. We're doing what William Kellett did earlier, just slowing the car right down at the apex. Make sure you don't miss an apex, and make sure you get on the power good and early on Mondello National. That'll stand to you if you're under attack. Dara Daly again, the car moving around. He's very impressive. He hasn't been in this car much at all, as far as I know anyway. Certainly tested it, but out of the blocks today he's been absolutely flying. So it's 1-0 to Daly at the moment. Connolly keen to rectify that now with 5 minutes to run. There's Martin Daly, he's in 4th place, down into turn 1. Very slow lap for him that time, 109. Must be a problem. These two are absolutely flying on the main straight. 198.8 fastest through the speed trap, almost 200 kilometers an hour in a speed trap that's not even at the start finish line. Daly's got by, so Connolly back to 2nd place. Oh, Daly's off though on the outside. Just a little bit too much commitment. Went off onto the rough stuff, and he's rejoined behind Connolly. So not sure what happened there, but it wasn't even on corner exit, was it? Halfway up towards the S's. So my God, well, business as normal. Big lock up there. He's almost gone around. Is there something? I'm not sure. Is there oil going down or something there? Something certainly happened there, because they both had big moments. This time Dara Daly with another run down the inside on the brakes. Gets it done. Can he get it turned in? He can. Michael Connolly didn't look comfortable in the car at all in the braking area into Southside there, locking those fronts, and we're well into the race. He'd be well up to temperature. Just 4 minutes to go. He was doing a beautiful job, but certainly Dara Daly on a charge now and up into the lead out of turn 3. Oh, and they're being closed up, aren't they? A lot. They were both in the 55-second bracket last time round. 52.7. Carl O'Brien, look at the top of your screen. Carl O'Brien is catching these guys. So they both had indiscretion, certainly on that last lap. So like in the last race, Carl O'Brien on a late race charge, he'll see himself getting closer to these cars. Dara Daly maybe sees that coming. He's back down to a 52.8, 53.9 for Connolly. Let's see what O'Brien can do. 52.7, 1.2 quicker than, he's quicker than both of them, but he's 1.2 quicker than Connolly. 3 minutes to go. He might catch Connolly as he did in race 1. Let's keep an eye on this, but Dara Daly with the head down. He had a gap of just about a second there. Dara Daly on the power early there, the back end of the car moving again. Carl O'Brien still trying hard. Martin Daly with the arm out. There you go, son, down the inside. speaker's gone in, yeah, into the pits. Problem there, he's waving the hand around, so Dara Daly's got a problem. They're all over the car, he's stepping up out of the car. Looks like that's it. That's such a shame. He's been driving superbly all day, but at least he got his win early on. But very much a race of attrition. That puts Connolly back in front from Carl O'Brien. We've lost Dara Daly, we've lost Noel Robbins. It looks like we're going to have 3 finishers in this one, I think. Don't see that car rejoining, just a minute to go. So Michael Connolly, 53 last time round 3, 53.9 for Carl O'Brien. Carl O'Brien's close enough, isn't he? Certainly up there. It opens out on the straight, but when they come out onto the main straight, let's see if it's a slow lap. 53.4, it's not a slow lap. Well, 53.1 for Carl O'Brien. She's taken 3/10 out of him again. He's still coming at him. The win could be on the cards here, although they're on the final lap now, I'd imagine. So Connolly looking good. There's Connolly now. Michael Connolly in the Connolly's top line car. Beautifully turned out machine. Turns the car in there quite aggressively. He'd be delighted with this one. Comes out cleanly, but a great drive from Carl O'Brien as well. So there we go. Takes the checkered flag and the win, and not too far away as Carl O'Brien charged the whole way through. So great stuff. Shame for Dara Daly, but they've all driven well. They get a win each, both of the 2 top guys in that one, because Michael Connolly got it this time round, but Dara Daly got it last time. And there's Martin Daly. He's going to take 3rd place because there's just 3 finishers, unfortunately, in that one. So 1, 2, and 3. Not sure what the problem was with Dara Daly, but certainly looked like something down in the cockpit. They were having a look around. He knew it was over. I think he got up out of the car quick enough, but it's great to see him out in that car more, wouldn't it? Very, very impressive stuff from Dara Daly in that one. But Michael Connolly was very impressive early on, and he was there to pick up the pieces when Daly hit trouble. So Michael Connolly takes the Connolly's top line, Formula Boss Ireland Race 2, and there are your results. Dark sky there over the Hill of Allen. Great shot if you're a photographer, but not that exciting if you've tuned in to watch motor racing. But fear not, because the Patch Tire Equipment Junior Minis are coming down the pit lane. If the Boss Ireland cars can unblock the pit lane, that'd be great. They're parking their cars across the pit lane, I think. They have indeed, but the Minis have managed to get their way by the Junior Minis. This class has come on in leaps and bounds. Started off with just 2 cars the first year. I think it was heading for double numbers the second year. It's exploded this year, not just with numbers, with talent. There's some incredibly quick drivers on the grid. This one will decide the championship, and it's been close fought all year long. So sponsored by Patch Tire Equipment, the Clane-based nationwide tire equipment supplier. Brian Matthews is in the commentary box in case you're wondering. So he'd be keen on seeing who wins this one. He'll be down on the podium afterwards, no doubt. Leo Richardson will start on pole position in the Mount Merion Cars machine. Getting ready to go. Leo Richardson heading away. I have to be careful what I say, as Mummy and his aunt are in the commentary box. So he's on pole position. Joshua Henry alongside. Logan Hoy in second, real charger there. Jaden McBrearty. Spoke about Jaden earlier. He has come on so well this year, second half of the year. Kyle Irvine, always a hard charger. Holly Dunyan, great in battle, last of the late breakers. She's known for good Good performance from Martin Finnegan, his best performance. Dahi Kennedy beside him on row 4. Then Harry Dowling and Leah McManus on row 5. Luca Mullins and Jack Files, watch out for him. TJ Taff in the Mondello Park Scholarship car. Then Dean Deasy and Ailish Sexton in the Midlands 103 car. So these cars, they say you can build them for 6 or 7 grand. You buy one for probably 8,000-9,000 euro, maybe a little bit more for a top front running car. The guys that run them will tell you they don't take much running at all. You need brake pads and 2 front tyres the odd time, and that seems to be about it. They don't have any issues with them. They had gearbox issues. They've resolved that by removing 5th gear. Takes the pressure off a shaft or something, I told. I'm not technical, but they haven't had any real issues with them since. And the racing has been phenomenal all year. The cars, as you can see, are turned out absolutely beautifully, and they're driven even better. Look at Logan Hoy. He's the reigning junior rallycross champion, and he's absolutely firing that car around from left to right there. Holly Dunyan there in the Energia car. Martin Finnegan going through. So all the cars up on the grid, and they're not quite forward. Surprised that Joshua Henry there not as far up as he should be on his marks, but maybe he'll be called up a little bit. Logan Hoy doing a little bit of manoeuvring there in row 2 for some reason. Yeah, just a little bit offline. Not all right up to their marks. I know some of them have driver coaches, and they generally are always pushing them forward to get the last advantage, but a lot of cars a foot or 2 back from their 1 or 2 or too far forward. If you look back down the grid, less said about that the better. Red lights are on, they're out and away they go. Neck and neck for the first 2. Logan Hoy with a good start. McBrearty dropping back slightly there as they head down under the BMW bridge and down to Castrol Corner for the first time. It is Joshua Henry who leads in the stables car, gets turned in and gets to the apex first. Richardson second, but being attacked around the outside now by Logan Hoy, who now has the inside line for Campion Corner, takes second place away from him. Then it's Irvine, then it's McBrearty, then it's Finnegan. A great stuff from young Finnegan. We haven't seen him up this far before. He will be delighted with this one. And Irvine on the attack now, but Richardson rebuffs that one. McBrearty having a sniff down the inside there as well. But it is Joshua Henry now, very much one of the championship contenders, leading this one. All side by side as they come back up the hill there. That's DC and Sexton. Watch out for Files in that Gulf livery car. He's trying to have a look down the inside of Holly Tunyon into the S's now. In fact, Joshua Henry a little bit wide there, but has got away. He's got himself 2 or 3 lengths in this early lap as they head up the hill. Doesn't defend at all. He's very mature, this young man. He's not alone on the grid. There's a lot of real talent on this one. Logan Hoy, I should say, up to second place and not letting him get away now as they come down and cross the start-finish line at the end of lap 1. It's Henry, it's Hoy, Richardson, McBrearty, Kyle Irvine, Martin Finnegan, Jack Files way up 4 places, then Taft, Dunyan, Kennedy, Dowling, Leah McManus and Ailish Sexton. Out to turn 3 now. Richardson under massive pressure now from Irvine. Thought there was contact there, but they're just running really tight in line there. The first 2 definitely getting away. Joshua Henry right out onto the exit curb there, really trying hard, bringing Logan Hoy with him though. The lap times will be interesting when they go by us next time round. Henry, Hoy, Richardson, McBrearty and Irvine the order. And in fact it's the other way around. Irvine's made up a place. He's looking to make up another one now. As they went by us, it showed McBrearty ahead, but certainly it's Irvine ahead in that battle now. Joshua Henry not defending again, Hoy staying with him, and everybody having a look up the inside. Richardson very defensive on the approach. That'll slow them all back down. That's what it does, and it brings a big train up behind him now. So he's got Irvine, McBrearty, Finnegan and Files. Great stuff from Martin Finnegan. We have not seen him go so well this year. Very impressive stuff from that young man. Somebody flashing the lights. That's McBrearty flashing the lights at Irvine and having a big stab down the inside, and Finnegan manages to hold off Files still. Files trying to sit around the outside and then get it done for turn 2, but the brakes come on the Files car as Finnegan turns in and says, I don't think so. So beginning to calm down and space out just a little bit now, but it is Joshua Henry in front, only by 0.6. Logan Hoy staying right with him. All the Minis down here. Oh, Files got down the inside of Finnegan now. Got that job done. Taft trying to get through as well. They're side by side. Finnegan not having any of it though. This is his best run by a long, long way, Martin Finnegan. Trying to close the door. Taft gets up the inside though. Oh, they're side by side. Just gives him enough room to get through. Holly Dunyan trying to get through on the exit. She's got the nose up the inside. Finnegan leans across, finds Holly there. She slows suddenly. Not sure what happened there, but Holly Dunyan slowing on the main straight, and that's Kennedy just getting by her. So she'll have to fight back from that one. No better woman, I'd imagine. So it's Henry, Hoy, Richardson, Irvine, McBrearty, Files, Taft, Finnegan, Kennedy, Holly Dunyan, Harry Dowling, Leah McManus, then Ailish Sexton, and Dean Deasy. 2 Ailish Sextons showing on the leaderboard for some reason. Definitely only one out there. So that battle for third place still raging. Richardson gone into defensive mode. He's got a lot of cars behind him. It's Irvine all over him and McBrearty now. So with 10 minutes 44, a long way still to go in this race. McBrearty with a big launch down the inside. Files trying to get up to this group as well. Joshua Henry out front. Fastest lap though is to Hoy, who's right with him, isn't he? It's the first two coming up to the last corner there. And that gap back then, it's Richardson. Brave stuff from Richardson. Doesn't defend there, doesn't cost himself any time. That's what he needs to do. If he's got a chance of breaking away from these guys, he needs to do that full, clean racing line. It can go wrong if you leave the door open. You can just see him on screen there, giving a little glance up to the mirror. He probably knows he's made a length or two. There, out to the outside again. This is good stuff from Richardson. It's brave because he's leaving the door wide open, but if he gets to the apex, he does, and he gets on the power again. And a little rub from the 2 cars behind him. Just look at him now, beginning to get away and take racing lines. That's what Leo Richardson does. Now we know he has pace. Let's see if he can close down Hoy and Henry up front, because he's got away now from Irvine. Files has made a place in that one. Ever the opportunist has got by McBrearty. 3 blue cars just to confuse the commentator. Then it's Taff, I think that is next up. Indeed it is. Then it got back to Finnegan, Dunyan, Kennedy, Dowling. And then next up should be Leah McManus and Ailish Sexton and Dean Deasy. So watch the lap times when they go by. I think this will be a lot quicker for Leo Richardson. 2 leaders still together. Hoy not quite close enough for an attack. But there's a little move down the inside for Files that will slow them down, even if it doesn't come off. It does come off. Nice move from Files. But that's going to let Richardson away even more. Let's watch the lap times when they go by. Henry was fastest. He's gone fastest again. 1 minute 8.909. 109.2 for Logan Hoy. 109.5 for Richardson. 110.7 for Kyle Irvine as they all go through. Sexton and Deasy there with a good scrap at the back. So Files ahead of Irvine there. He'll be trying to close down Richardson now. What's Files' best time? He's been in traffic. He's done a 9.2 last time round. 9.5 for Richardson, so he's a fraction quicker, but I think Richardson really only getting going now, although not stretching the lead as much as he was. Taft looking quite good there as well. Holly Dunyan recovering from that early contact, but it's Henry, Hoy, Richardson the top 3. As they come back around the S's. Oh, that's McBrearty pulled off. We're missing McBrearty. No, we're not. We're showing him in 6th place, but I thought I saw his car. I think he's pulled off, you know. Yeah, he has. He's not there. Taff was behind him, and Taff is behind Irvine now. So that's such a shame. McBrearty's come in the back gate of paddock. I can see the car parked up. That's his race and season over, unfortunately. Somebody else, Dahi Kennedy, coming in as well. So into the pits. So we've lost 2 cars there inside a lap. So looking at the lap times there, 8.5 fastest lap for Henry, and that's opened the gap to 1.7. 9.3 for Hoy, 9.5, 8.7 for Files. So Files the 2nd fastest car on track, a few of them in the 9s. Then Finnegan out to the 11s that time round, as indeed is Harry Dowling. 10.5 for Leah McManus. It's quicker than the 2 cars in front. Then 12.8 for Sexton, 12.6 for McBrearty. There's that car of Kennedy, I think it is. Files definitely hauling in Richardson now for the final podium place. So here they come. There's our leader, definitely getting away. Look at the way he's weaving around on the brakes. The car moving under him. Doesn't mind. Great car control, that young man. There's Richardson. There's Files almost with him already. So this is a quick lap for Files again. Look how much he's got away from Irvine. He's all over the curbs on the exit now. The Mount Merion car having to go defensive once again. And you can see Richardson's chin just going up to have a quick look at the mirror. This is great racecraft, great learning for these young men and women. And we just love to see it. Richardson not so much perhaps. He'd prefer to have got the head down and got away, but Files is as quick as anybody out there and he slows them down just a little bit. But getting by will be another thing now. Let's see how that one goes. Files gets alongside on the way to turn 3. He's going to try and sit around the outside. They're side by side. Files gets sideways, he gets the nose ahead, but Richardson's back at him on the inside, should be able to contain that. He does. That's good stuff by both of them. Good hard racing by those two young men. And again, no contact. Some of the senior classes, I've said it before, could learn a lot from these young men and women. Great racing in this patch tyre equipment class. Down into the essence one more time. Richardson up over the inside curb. Files follows him. Richardson probably should be almost thinking about backing him up to get Irvine involved in the action, but Files goes to the inside here to have a look. Richardson's got that covered. He gets over to the inside, so Files goes high and wide and looking for a switchback here, but Richardson has that covered too, and it gets to the apex, then gets to the pit wall. This is good stuff. Files going to have to pull something special out of the bag to get by here, because Richardson wants to hang on to that third place. There's nothing in it in a straight line. Massive technical policing in this class, same as the Fiestas, and the cars are constantly being checked, so great thing to do. They're pretty much the same through the speed trap. We can see it there as they go by. Once again, Files gets the run. This time he gets alongside. He's going to have the inside for turn 3. He should get it done here. He's got it done already before turn 3, so Files takes the place away. No, he doesn't. Richardson back down the inside. Door to door again. This is great stuff. And I think Richardson's got it, or has he? Files sits around the outside. They're neck and neck coming back into our view. Now it's Files on the inside, Richardson on the outside. Great stuff from these two young men. And Irvine is back in on the act now. If Richardson can stay close enough, he's lost a little bit on that turn in, but if he can stay close enough to Files, no better man to have a lunge up into the final corner now. We've got 4 minutes to go. Great entertainment. Henry's getting away out front. Hoy going nicely. No, he doesn't take that. He closes him down on the brakes all right, but doesn't have a lunge. Using his head, Richardson wants to hang on to him here. Come out onto the main straight. Very little in it now. Files with maybe a length or two. They go by. 4 minutes 23 to run in this one. Oh, Richardson would have looked down the inside of Files. He's got up the inside. Files sits around the outside and just about takes it back. Really good battling in this one. Turn 2 Campion corner now, named after the late John Campion, who would absolutely love to be watching this race, was very much into promoting the youth. And they go through there down towards turn 3. So it's Henry leading. He's got fastest lap, and he's 2.4 seconds to the good with just under 4 minutes to go. Logan Hoy in second place. As we said earlier, Logan's engine let go at the last race meeting, and they put an engine in from a road car, and just not a built engine. Some are standard, some aren't. Doesn't seem to make a whole lot of difference, but he feels that engine is not quite as sharp as the one he had in before. So second place is not too shabby if that's the case. Files with a little bit of understeer now in the car as he gets on the power early. They'll all have a little bit of that at this stage of the race. Now Irvine beginning to crowd Richardson. So it's Henry, Hoy, Files, Richardson, Irvine all together. Taff not too far away either. And back from them it is Holly Dunyan, Martin Finnegan, Harry Dowling, Liam McManus, Dean Deasy and Ailish Sexton. Files really had the car dancing there. Richardson's front tyres might be past their best. He didn't get into the apex there, and that allows Irvine to have a run at him on the way up there. He's not giving him too much road on the way up the hill and gets that job done on the brakes. But Irvine flicks back to the inside. A little bit of door-to-door stuff. Richardson just keeps it pinned and pulls back ahead. So that was a switchback effort from Irvine there. Just a little bit of elbowing, but they separated as soon as they contacted, so nobody gets sent around. Richardson now up to the final corner, 4th place still. Got big pressure. Taff has joined in too. There won't be any shortage of racecraft from TJ Taff because he's well known in karting circles, and anytime karters come motor racing they will have plenty of racecraft. So watch out for him in the Mondello Scholarship car. Just as I say it, he launches it down the inside. Taff, thank you very much, Mr. Irvine. I'll have that space back. And he now has got Leo Richardson directly ahead. One minute 41 is all we have to go here between Joshua Henry and I suspect the title. We'll wait till later on when the points are added up. I think this is going to bring the championship to Donegal. It's been very close fought with loads of talent all year. We've had wins from various different drivers. Nobody has dominated all year. We've got great battles and it has certainly given us great entertainment, and I'm delighted we've switched it to Sundays on the two-day meeting to give these young drivers and their sponsors the coverage they deserve. There's 401 Henry. Here is 6 Logan Hoy, the Dundalk driver. There's Files with a great drive as he did in race 1. Fastest lap for him last time around, 108.5. Something just falling off Taft's car there. He's really having a go. Now we're missing, who are we missing there? Irvine. Not sure where Irvine's gone. Definitely missing him, so that's Holly Dunyan up a place. In fact, Kyle Irvine has gone completely, I think. So that's Finnegan up to 7th, Harry Dowling up to 8th, Liam McManus up to 9th. Not sure where that Irvine car is. Oh, no, it's not at the back gate, I don't see it. So it's Henry, Hoy, Files, 25 seconds to run in this one. This is probably going to be it, 20 seconds. Let's see, yeah, they're on their way up. It looks like it, yeah. There's the Irvine car. We just saw it. Here comes Hoy, Henry, I should say. Joshua Henry, provisionally the champion in this one. We will add up the points, but it looks like the Donna Kellyback driver is going to pay back his mentor in spades for this one. Fist in the air. Is that Shane Henry there? Someone giving him the thumbs up, and he reciprocates as he crosses the line to take a great win. Joshua Henry, great stuff. Logan Hoy with its tigering drive to second place. Jack Files charging through from the back again with fastest lap, 108.5, and a good drive from Leo Richardson, defending, and holds off TJ Taff for 4th place. Taff with a great run there to 5th. Holly Dunyan not showing her usual form. Holly's a front runner in 6th place. Then it's drag races to the line with Finnegan for his best result, holding off Harry Dowling. And then DC and Leah McManus coming towards the line. She should be able to hang on, the local lady. Indeed she is. She wanted a top 10 finish on merit. She has it there. That's 9th place for her and 10th place for Dean DC. Then it's just Ailish Sexton next up in the Midlands 103 car. She takes the checkered flag, and that concludes the Patch Tire Equipment Junior Mini Challenge season. Absolutely fantastic. If you're any way involved in driving, sponsoring, producing any of those drivers, or involved in the championship at all, well done, because it's absolutely fantastic. It can only be good for Irish motorsport. Everybody there showing real class, and I've said it before, I think those drivers could be put into any senior class and probably win races. They have come on so well all year, and the car is superbly presented and superbly driven. I absolutely love that class, and I think it's good for Irish motorsport. So well done to Joshua Henry, who I think suspect is provisionally, and I'll use those words carefully, the Patch Tire Equipment Junior Mini Champion. Great shot of the young drivers having a chat with each other, and a lot of opposite lock motions being done. There's that's Liam McManus there in the foreground, all the rest up the top. Great drives from a lot of those young drivers, and the teams and the families on the left high-fiving each other there up at the fence. Great to see it. They're actually on the way out. They're just releasing them now. So the legends are on their way out towards the pit lane, and the minis We're still shaking hands and high-fiving. Been a great season for all of those young drivers, and we've got more on the way next year. I think some more RSI drivers, looking at some more drivers have bought cars, and there are a few cars in build as well. So talk to anyone that's involved if you want to know anything about it, or check out ICCR.ie and click classes and then click Junior Mini. That's Young Jack Files. You can tell by the height, can't you? It's a trait of the Files family. They all had great height. Ken was very tall, and certainly Jonathan still is, and Young Jack is certainly heading the same way. Great drive from him in that one again. The BMW Ireland safety car is ready to go, and it's going to lead the motorbike engine. The air-cooled legends around for their final race of the weekend. So as Brian Matthew and everybody else heads to the podium, the Junior Mini podium will take place in a few minutes' time. And meanwhile, the Legends Ireland Championship are back out there. There's their championship points ahead of this one. 2,855 points. Massive points all in every Legend race. Same as all the way across the world. They all use the same ones. But Lee Malone leading this one on 2,855. 2,755 for Scott Jackson. Evan Curran, 2,600 points. 2,430 for Sylvie Bartlett, 2,385, they're close, aren't they, for Willie Lawrence. Michael Barrable, who's not out today, 1,940, Richard Spence, 1,905, Derek Hogan, 1,6350, Owen Lawler, 930, and Kevin O'Donoghue, 870. Anthony Malone is on 820, Gordon Brown, 585, Seamus Ryan, 570, Declan Burke, 460, Dave O'Brien, 280 from one day out, James Byrne, 250, and Jonathan Files, 180 points. Getting ready to go. Anthony Malone leads them away. They're all in the grid formation as Owen Lawler tries to have a go on the Mace car on the outside. Great sound effects as they blast under the bridge. Just beginning to get a little bit dark. And Mondello, oh, sideways stuff. This is ICCR. It's not drifting, but nobody told him. He didn't get that memo. Sideways stuff there from Anthony Malone. He hangs on to it and he leads. I don't remember anybody coming into it. Oh dear, contact, heavy contact there, 2 or 3 cars off. It's the one place in Mondello Park you don't need to be going off is the exit at Campion Corner. They're all still going, but that was, I think, it was Evan Curran, wasn't it? It was Anthony Malone and Evan Curran. Anthony Malone had driven a superb first corner. That was fantastic. I don't believe it. Evan Curran's still going. Are they both still going? I think red flags are out, yes, sure, red flags are out. Maybe where there was a car stopped or a car in the bank, but certainly Evan Curran's car is still going there. Well, that was all the excitement in 30 seconds there, wasn't it really? But the red flag's out straight away, and everybody being sent around. The rescue unit and the pickup trucks, they always go to any impact at all, and they'll go there. Doesn't mean it's particularly severe. In fact, one of the rescue units being stood down, so they're just heading over there now. There's already a snatch unit out on the grass at turn 3, so that can head back up there as well. The cars will be brought to a halt on the main straight. Let's maybe we can go back and have a quick look at that, as this is just all being tidied up, because it was exciting stuff, especially down into turn 1. If we could see the cars off the grid and down into turn 1, because Anthony Malone was at the end of the rack, somehow got turned in and still led as they come out and headed towards Campion Corner. Very impressive stuff. We got probably too far into that one, but anyway, there's, look at the top of your screen. So yeah, there's the first two coming together, and they just both turn right, don't they, into the bank. Somebody else goes with them. Oh, there is impact. There is impact for Malone, who was leading. And in fact, look at the green car being almost bounced back onto the track and rejoins the train as they come towards us. Green car's back in the pit lane, out of our view. Okay, well, it's obviously going to take a few minutes just to clear that up at the exit at Campion Corner on the outside. So what we'll do is we'll take what will probably be our last word from our commercial partners here at the ICCR this weekend. We'll have a quick ad break.
GSE.
The Blitz is more than just a logo to us. It represents who we are. It stands for the energy that flows into every single opal, and for our restless ambition to always go further, even if it means to break old patterns. By 2028, we will be fully electric. This is our focus. our energy. And we manifest it with a new, even more energetic Blitz. Like never before, it stands for who we are and where we go. Because it's much more than just a logo. It's our compass to head forward.
Hello, GSE.
Wow. Wow. Der Opel Astra Electric.
Welcome to Mondello Park, more than just a racetrack.
We have conferencing facilities for up to 200 people.
We can provide a wide range of fresh, locally produced food, from soup and sandwiches all the way up to a full 5-course meal.
Test your team to work together in a series of racing challenges against the clock in our state-of-the-art driving simulators.
Or if you want to try the real thing, jump behind the wheel of one of our many supercars.
Test your team with our wide variety of non-driving team-building challenges. Or beat the clock in our exhilarating auto test challenge. Mondello Park, so much more than just a racetrack. So we're just regrading them. We should be good to go. Nobody harmed, we're told, and the car's already been brought back into the paddock, which is great news. So we were getting ready to go with, as you see there, race 14 of the day, a rerun. It will just be 7 minutes, I think. We'll see. Let's see what comes up on the screen when we get ready to go. And then we will have the strikers, which should be quite interesting. Last Bill Griffin Motors Irish Striker race of the season, and that will round out the Infinite Energy ICCR, the Circuit Racing Championship for 2024. Doesn't finish all the events at Mondello Park though, because we're back here with the 6-hour Fiesta race very soon. Have a look at mondellopark.ie for the dates. We're back on the 9th of November for that race, and then Rallycross starts later on in November. So there's always something on here. mondellopark.ie for all that sort of stuff. ICCR.ie for information on the Circuit Racing Championships. Lights on, headlights on, flashing lights on the BMW Ireland safety cars. We grid them up again. We're missing Anthony Malone in this one. And we will, who we have on pole position? It looks like we're going to have Owen Lawler in the Mace car. That's not Bertrand Gachot, that's a convenience store in Ireland. But Evan Curran still there, I think. Richard Spence weaving around there in second place. No, Evan Curran is not there. Car was in the pit lane, don't see it now. That's a shame. It was still running after the incident, but it did have contact there. That looked like one of those nobody's fault, didn't it? Coming out of turn two, they tangled wheels of both cars, involuntary turned right. And it's the one place where you don't have a whole lot of runoff here on the national track at Mondello Park. And these cars are so quick. The lights are off in the safety car, but they're very well behaved at staying in grid formation, these legends. And it's dictated by the front row occupants, or the pole position man in this case, because Malone is gone, so it'll be Owen Lawler. Black car is James Byrne, known to us from Z-Tech Fiestas. The white car is Dave O'Brien, who we know from running cars, from driving in the ITCC. All trying to get a run. Nobody gets one on Lawler, though, I don't think. They all blast through and down towards turn one. Willie Lawrence looking for a gap. He doesn't find it on this occasion. They crowd each other just a little bit down at the apex of turn one. Sylvie Bartlett in the middle of that one. James Byrne, Sylvie Bartlett, Dave O'Brien are the three rookies in this one. Classified as rookies. That's Gordon Brown down the inside of 66 there. Richard Spence take third place. Bartlett looking for a gap there as well, and Dave O'Brien looks like he's on a run. He's on the tail of who's he on the tail of? It looks like James Byrne, indeed it is, and he gets down the inside of James Byrne into the S's, so O'Brien up a place. Next on his list should be Sylvie Bartlett, as they stream through the left-hander, then through Nordic Spirit, the right-hander. Hard on the brakes up into the final corner, a little bit defensive there, perhaps is Owen Lawler, centre of the road. Gets a good run out though, but that will have compromised him ever so slightly, but he does get across the bows of second place man. That's 77, of course, that is Willie Lawrence. Willie's been a winner before in Legends. Gordon Brown, another quick man there in third place. Then it's 66 is Richard Spence. Behind that is Lee Malone, then Bartlett, then O'Brien, then James Byrne, and not sure who else we have on the screen. Screen is looking like everybody has dropped down a place for some reason. Evan Curran showing us having completed a lap there, but I don't think he started pit exit, I'm told, so he is still out there somewhere. Yes, he is. You can see him in the gloom out in the background. It's actually a lot darker than your camera screen shows you there. So here they come around the left-hander. Piling the pressure on now is 77, Willie Lawrence. Owen Lawler, as we said, has done a lot of Fiat racing before, and he's been karting in recent years. He goes to the centre of the road. He's late on the brakes. Gets on the power nice and early and drifts that car beautifully. Just done a quick armful of opposite lock there. And he's further ahead than he was last time round. 4 minutes 45 to go in this one. You can see the counter at the top of your screen. It's Lawler, it's Willie Lawrence, Gordon Brown, Lee Malone, Richard Spence, Sylvie Bartlett, Dave O'Brien, Scott Jackson, James Byrne and Evan Curran. That is the order. Oh, and around goes somebody there. That was Bartlett and 66, wasn't it? It was Richard Spence. Surely he can get going there, can he? Fingers crossed. And now it's on for the lead. Lawler under big pressure. Bumper to bumper stuff from 77. Willie Lawrence on the way down to turn 3. Backs out of it as they go through their first apex. Back down towards us again. Owen Lawler, Willie Lawrence and Gordon Brown. And in fact, Lee Malone now has closed the gap to them just a little bit. Who's that next up? Spence. It's not Spence, is it? It's Dave O'Brien, I think. It is Dave O'Brien next up. Lawler stretching the lead a little bit perhaps as they head up towards the final corner. He still defends though, he doesn't want to leave a gap down the inside in case of any last minute lunges, but certainly he's got enough of a lead that he could have done so. Again, putting down black marks, you see them all doing that. They've no diff, so once you get them turned in, you just stand on the power and steer them that way. Oh, sparks in the back of Sylvie Bartlett there as he grounds it on the exit curb, trying to stay away from the attacks of James Byrne. So the rookie is being led by Dave O'Brien from Sylvie Bartlett and James Byrne now. That's your top 3 rookies. Up front, it's Owen Lawler still hanging on nicely. Just 3.5 minutes to go. He'd love a win here, but Willie Lawrence really piling it on. This is where Willie is quick, but Owen Lawler knows exactly what he's doing. Inside line, no gaps down the inside here either. Once you get these cars tweaked in somehow to the apex, you can stand on the power and get away. Good lap from Dave O'Brien now, the white car. He's closed up on these 4. So this will be interesting. Fastest lap is 4.7. Dave O'Brien a 4.9 last time round. Possibly quicker again this time. He's dragged himself certainly up to those 2 cars in front. So he's now in 5th place overall as they head up the hill. Once again, defensive stuff from Owen Lawler, but this case he needed to because Willie Lawrence was close enough, and around goes Willie Lawrence. He will be lucky not to be contacted there. Oh, rejoins. They all had their wits about them there. There wasn't really any problem. It looked scary, but he certainly got it spun back around at the right time. So that's now Owen Lawler leading. Gordon Brown is gone to 2nd. Lee Malone, or Dave O'Brien up to 4th place and leading the rookies. Then it's Scott Jackson, Sylvie Bartlett, Willie Lawrence and James Byrne as they went by us. And then Evan Curran, who, as we said, started from the pit lane. Out of turn 3 now. Gordon Brown in 2nd place under pressure from Lee Malone. Then Dave O'Brien. And Scott Jackson. 1 minute 55 to go. It's not looking too bad for Owen Lawler here, is it? The car's a little bit smoky, but he's doing nicely here. Willie Lawrence was certainly piling the pressure on, but since that's happened, he's looking full racing lines, got the head down, trying to get away. Dave O'Brien looks like he's got a little bit of pace there in 4th place, although they are scrapping very heavily ahead of him, but I think he's closing them down in that 2nd place battle. He is. Look at that, Dave O'Brien right with them now as they come out onto the main straight, and this could be a quick lap for Dave O'Brien. First weekend in Legends. Indeed it is. Fastest lap for Dave O'Brien. I saw that coming. 104.576. He's a full second quicker than the race leader. Car 104, Dave O'Brien in the DOB Sports Cars car. As we said earlier, he's a Porsche specialist. You want your Porsche service, he's the man to see. Just off the M50 in Dublin. Dave O'Brien runs a couple of Seat Super Cups here as well. Going superbly, gets alongside Gordon Brown now in the closing stages of this one. Down the outside, but thinks the better of it. Are they closing down the leader a little bit? No, it's Malone that's closing down the leader. He's got by Gordon Brown and just eased away a little bit. So Dave O'Brien leading the rookies, but trying to get an overall podium here on his debut in these cars. That car owned by Jonathan Files, car number 104. It's had a lively season. Jonathan Phelps had it in the wall and then on its roof. But it's always been on the pace, and Jonathan and Dave O'Brien really going nicely in this now. Down the outside, and the battle's on for the lead. 30 seconds to go. I think we will get another lap, you know, last lap of the season. No, it's not. We've got strikers to go after that. Oh, Malone just drives by. Gets a better run on the way out. Lawler goes back at him, but Malone leads through the split, through the trap when he triggers it there with the transponders. Oh, Lawler goes back as late as he can, and they're wheel to wheel. This is the final lap. Has he got round the outside? I think he has, you know. It's unusual in Legends. Have we got a new leader? We have. Lee Malone leads now. After all that on the final lap, Owen Lawler, having led so well, is back to second place. Let's see if he can fight back. Gordon Brown trying to close him down and bringing O'Brien with him now. O'Brien high and wide. Gets into the apex this time, gets on the power, trying to get a run at Gordon Brown to get a podium here. Back down towards us. O'Brien almost alongside, but not quite. Through the S's for the final time. Nordic Spirit corner, and getting away out front is Lee Malone. Great lap from him. Oh, look how hard he's trying. Just a little bit of opposite lock as he goes out onto the exit curb at Nordic Spirit. And down the inside goes Owen Lawler. Goes a little bit wide on the exit, but contains it beautifully. Very smoky on the run to the line is Lawler. I think he's got a problem, you know. Does not look healthy at all in the drag race to the line. Can he hang on for a second? He can. Just about. Gordon Brown gets third. Very, very, very closely followed by Dave O'Brien. Great race there from Legends. Just shows you, as we said earlier, you don't need too many cars to have a really, really good race. It's been a race of attrition for the Legends today. They've got a lot of cars not out there. There's Evan Curran coming down, started the pit lane as we saw, and he finishes the race. So great stuff from Legends. We've got one more car still running, actually, because I think 66 Spence is back out there. Indeed he is. He will take the checkered flag shortly. So great stuff from the Irish Legends. The class that runs 3 races every day at Modella Park. Slightly shorter, but always good entertainment. The Barrable's not out in this class today, but I believe they're going to America to do what might be the World Championships. They've gone to the UK Championships, the Scottish Championships. They've taken wins. They've supported the TOCA package in the UK, all with Paul O'Brien running them. So a very, very competitive team. And the Irish drivers as quick as anybody else. There's the race 14 classification. Lee Malone takes the win. Owen Lawler next up. Gordon Brown in third. Dave O'Brien takes the rookie honours in fourth. Then Scott Jackson, Willie Lawrence, Sylvie Bartlett, James Byrne, Evan Curran and Richard Spence. And it's time for the last race of the day. They have already been released from assembly because they don't have headlights. It might look bright on your television screen. It's not so bright here at Modella Park. I think it'll be borderline with this one, but the Bill Griffin Motors Irish Strikers are coming down the pit lane. Pat Bergen's going to start on pole position apparently, although that looks more like Roger Weller-Retna for me. Let's have a look. We might be missing a car. Oh no, here's Pat Bergen. He obviously was a bit slow coming out of assembly, so he's coming up to the outside. Roger's just explaining we're letting this car go by. There's our pole man. A car with a revamp recently. It looks absolutely fantastic. Great to see Des Meehan around supporting the Strikers. Not out today, but good to see him back at Modella Park. So Pat Bergen will start on pole position. Roger Weller-Retna alongside him. Then Rod McGovern. Rod will be interesting. Andy Dalton alongside him was very quick in race 1, wasn't he? Then Kevin McGrath and Michael Cullen both drove superbly. They were second and first respectively. Then Niall McFadden, Dara Evans, Colin Marnane, Damien Roddy, Brendan Curran and Richie Byrne. Away they go. 1800cc Z-Tech engines, 9-cang tyres, limited slip diffs, very, very quick machines as they head out the pit lane. The drivers weaving around there, trying to get a bit of heat in these 9-cang tyres. Weather's been good to us today in relative terms. I'm sure they're downstairs in the van, getting the truck, gone outside broadcast unit going, no it hasn't. But the rain didn't really arrive. Wind wasn't great. But we still managed to continue racing and we still managed to continue live streaming, which is fantastic. A lot of new champions crowned today. Been a long, long season. When it's never a nice day when you're going for a championship. It's very hard on all the championship contenders. It's very much a sport that people enjoy, a fun sport, and not so much when it comes to championship decider day. It's always very exciting to watch, but if you're involved in it, it's difficult. It's tough on the drivers. It's tough on the teams, tough on the families. So well done to everybody for getting the job done today. Irish strikers, the Bill Griffin Motors class, don't have that problem because Michael Cullen has already wrapped up the title. They don't like in the class when I use the word dominate, so I won't, but he was pretty much first most of the time. But Pat Bergen will start this one from pole position. They've swapped the top 6 now in strikers. But a couple of hard racers in here. Pat Bergen won't be slow. Welleretna is a good racer, and Andy Dalton on the outside of row 2. Always great entertainment last of the late breakers, especially into Southside Motor Factors corner, so we'll watch out for him. Rob McGovern will be hugely aggressive early on. He said he's getting really tired of these cars. They're a lot more physical than he expected them to be. So watch out for him with the first few laps. And Michael Cullen, of course. Lights are out and away they go. It's Welleretna, but it's McGovern who splits the two in front. We thought that might happen. How far up will Rob McGovern get? He's almost going for the lead down into turn 1. Pat Bergen with a massive lockup. Can he get it stopped? Only just. That's Welleretna straight into the kiddie litter. If he can keep it going without too much wheel spin, he can. He's using his head there, isn't he? If you stop, if you put too much welly or turn the car too tight, the car will just sink in there. It's really well raked, especially coming up to a weekend. But that's allowed Rod McGovern to lead. So Michael Cullen said I better get up there quick, and he's second place. And by turn 3, it's a Beacon health check 1-2. Sounds more like a sound check than a health check. Oh, sideways stuff there from Andy Dalton. So Rob McGovern leads, Michael Cullen second. I'm sure there's a plan, isn't there? Michael Cullen slowed down, I think, in the first race just for a little bit of fun. They're coming up towards us. Michael Cullen right down the outside. Rob McGovern won't hand it away. These two are good mates, but they wouldn't be adverse to a territorial dispute. You can work out what that means. Oh, Michael's thinking about the big squeeze. He's got the run round the outside. He gets it done. Rod McGovern back to the inside, nothing he could do. Michael is more used to these cars certainly than Rod McGovern, and that's Kevin McGrath's on a good run here as well. He was on the 3rd row of the grid. He's trying to get around the outside of Andy Dalton. As we said earlier, they're two good mates, and both hard striker racers, very seasoned as well. Michael Cullen up front. Will he pull away, or is there a script? Championship's already wrapped up. Let's see what happens. Rod McGovern still trying hard. Then it's Andy Dalton, last of the late breakers. Kevin McGrath, who's going superbly today. Then it's the Market Bark or McFadden, then Pat Bergen, who had that big lockup earlier on. Then Damien Roddy going nicely. And then it is Brendan Curran and Dara Evans scrapping away as they come down into the S's there. Oh, sideways stuff from Michael Cullen. It's not a place where you need to be going sideways, is it? Look at this, that big lunge we spoke about earlier. He comes out of nowhere. As if there was any sun, we'd say out of the sun. It's out of the gloom, I think, at this stage. But Andy Dalton really loves that big, long lunge. Gets a good run as well. He's not far away from Rod McGovern. Somebody very quick through the speed trap. Who's that? Kevin McGrath, 141. Great run out of the final corner for him. Kevin McGrath, quickest there with 141.9, 137.7. Oh, Michael Cullen's matched it, in fact. So Cullen and McGrath both on 141.9. Oh, McGovern's surely under pressure here from Andy Dalton. Closes him right down at turn 3. Now, if Dalton can stay with him anyway near him, heading towards the final corner, he will take that big long lunge down the inside. So watch out for this one. Down into the S's, the off-camber left-hand corner. Then give it a gear and keep it pinned through Nordic Spirit corner. They're going at some rate of knots here. They're a very quick car. He is close enough to have a go this time. I'm not sure if Rod will cover it. He's got 1 or 2 lengths. That's not normally near enough. But here's Andy Dalton on the brakes. He's down the inside. He almost gets it done. Rod McGovern just comes across. I'm not sure he even knew Andy was coming. Like an Exocet missile up the inside. And that's brought all 3 together because Kevin McGrath's right with them as well. Andy Dalton looks quite menacing with that black visor and the black helmet. And here he comes again on the brakes down the inside. Kevin McGrath was looking around the outside but not getting it done on this occasion. It's going to be a good scrap for this second place, you know. Andy Dalton a little bit offline through Campion corner that time, and that'll allow Kevin McGrath to get alongside on the exit. It's exactly what it does now. He's alongside, he's ahead. Is he clearly ahead? He's not, and surely Dalton will come back at him. No, he sits around the outside. Brave stuff from Kevin McGrath there, and Andy Dalton has no choice but to tuck back inside him. That gives Rod McGovern a stay of execution perhaps, as the 2 class regulars begin to scrap over this third place because Andy Dalton comes back at him again. This is the part of the track where you just don't need to be ahead of Andy Dalton, isn't it? When you head through this bit of the S's. Let's watch them here as they come up the hill. Waiting for the big one. Oh, in fact, Kevin knows him well and goes to the inside. There's no way he's allowing that to happen. They both close up on Rob McGovern on the brakes in there, though. Look at Michael Cullen at the top of your screen. He's leading by. Let me see when they go across the line. 6.8 seconds after 4 laps. Fastest lap 101.604. 104 for Rod McGovern, 103 for the 2 cars behind him. So Michael Cullen disappearing up the road once again. So it's Cullen, McGovern, McGrath, Dalton, Niall McFadden, Pat Bergen, Brendan Curran, Roger Wellaretna, Damien Roddy, Dara Evans. That's the order with 9 minutes and 45 seconds to go. There's Michael Cullen going through. McGovern still under pressure. Is that exhaust? No, I thought there was something hanging down. There is something hanging down under that car, is there? Beacon car, there is. There's something causing sparks. It's a drop link or something from the back suspension, it looks like, there as it goes by us. There's definitely something awry with that car, just in front of the back wheel there. Not sure what it is. It's a Panhard rod. Is that what it is? If you don't know what a Panhard rod is, you're just not old enough. It's a location bar for the rear axle. Is that what it is? That's what it looks like. It's come loose and dropped down onto the track. There's sparks coming up from it. That'll cause the car to lose a little bit of traction, perhaps. So, yeah, Rob McGovern hanging on there, late in the brakes. Gets a little bit sideways on the way back out, but contains it beautifully. Kevin McGrath still hasn't got past him just yet. We'll see it again when we get that shot at the last corner. Here they come through the left-hander. Struggling with the car a little bit. You can see him working at the steering wheel, then through the right-hander. Probably not even aware that's the case. As they head up by the Nordic Spirit signage to the final corner, Southside Motor Factors. Here we can see it again. Yeah, it is. It's just dragging down onto the ground underneath the car. Clearly there as they come out of the corner. Not affecting him too much, although he is getting crowded just a little bit. McGrath pulls out, they're side by side. Now it's going to be a battle of the late breakers. McGrath might get this done, you know, he does get it done, or does he? Rod comes back at him in the latter end of the braking zone, but I think McGrath's going to go right round the outside. That's what he's done. Out of Castrol Corner and through Campion now, and hard on the power up through the gears as they head out towards turn 3. 8 minutes still to run on this one, so halfway point. Bit of a bounce on the car there from Rob McGovern as he gets to turns in. McGrath beginning to get away. I think we'll see a better lap time from Kevin McGrath this time, although we just go defensive. There's Andy Dalton up the inside now with that late lunge. Just he went out a shot, but he's got it done. Rod tries to get the switch back. He does get the switch back, but Andy Dalton has got enough in hand and just pulls across his bows there. Somebody was going to fall prey to that move by Andy Dalton. It's always great to watch. Down the inside again, gets it turned in. McGovern now back to 4th place. It's getting a little bit dark even on the screen. Andy Dalton goes wide. McGovern tries to get up the inside, can't quite manage it on that occasion. Maybe it's not something structural that's dropped because the car still looks okay. Rob McGovern's still coming out there. Let's have another look at this car. No sparks this time. Let's have a look under the back of the car. Yeah, there is, definitely. Something hanging down there. And it's a long bar going crossways. I would suggest it was a locating bar, yeah. Here he goes down the outside now. Here it's beginning to spark quite a lot now as he goes through Campion Corner. So obviously it's dropped on one side. Five minutes 51 still to go. McGrath easing away in second place. Battle rages between Andy Dalton and Rod McGovern. Michael Cullen still doing 61, 16 seconds to the good last time round. He's crossing the line now as these guys are just coming through the S's, but they have been battling quite hard. McGovern getting dropped by these two, but I do think if that is a Panhard rod or something similar, not only would it probably be slightly dangerous, but it wouldn't be helping the handling of the car at all. You can see it there down underneath. There's more sparks as it comes out of that first corner. So it's Cullen, McGrath, Dalton, McGovern, McFadden and Pat Bergen, then Roger Welleretna. That's Michael Cullen. We haven't seen him for a few laps. He's way out in front with 4 minutes 45 seconds to go. What could be his last striker race. He's selling the striker. If you want to buy a multiple race winning car, talk to Michael Cullen or Kevin O'Hara in LOH Motorsport. Looks perfectly at ease with the car now. Another 61 clocked up. He's catching Brendan Curran and Damien Roddy now as they go through Campion Corner. Three still together. In fact, Andy Dalton maybe a little bit closer there to Kevin McGrath. He is slightly quicker as they stop the clock that time around and goes at him again on the brakes down into turn one. Castrol Corner as it's been renamed. It's getting very dark outside. The cameras must be good quality because it doesn't look, I'm looking out the window here and it doesn't look anything like that here at Modelo Park. It is definitely getting very dark. And this is the last race of the day and the last race of the weekend here at Modelo Park. In fact, the last race of the season for ICCR until 2025. McGovern slowing just a little bit now. I'm sure he sensed that there's something wrong in the car. So yeah, McGovern beginning to be dropped by these guys now as he comes out of the S's. McGrath defending the inside slightly just in case Andy Dalton comes at him, which he does. Up over the inside curve for Dalton, both early on the power. Both of the cars well set up. They don't get too out of shape there. More sparks in the back of Rod McGovern now as he just begins to drop back to them a little bit. He's telling the guys that his upper body is just not up to it at the moment. He's struggling with his arms after a couple of laps in these cars. Everyone else probably a lot more used to them. I suppose these two guys in front would have years of practice. Sparks still coming from that car. Whatever it is still dragging on the ground. It must have a little bit of weight to it. 2 minutes 46 to go. Once again, McGrath turning in early just to hold back Andy Dalton. Dalton's getting closer and closer though as they come out onto the main straight. A couple of minutes to go. We're in the closing stages of this one now. So Michael Cullen leading by 24 seconds last time round. That's Roger Welleretna going through. He's in 7th place in this one. Just behind Niall McFadden and Pat Bergen. You see them there at the top of the screen. McFadden getting out of shape. There's Bergen, locks up behind him. They're having a good go. That would be for 5th place overall in this one. There's Michael Cullen. He's already lapped Damien Roddy and Dara Evans. It looks like Brendan Curran will be next on his list. 1 minute 21 to go. So on his penultimate lap. There we go, almost got by that time down the outside. Andy Dalton, they were side by side in the braking zone, but Andy Dalton not giving up on what could be the last lap. 57 seconds still to go, and it depends on where Michael Cullen is. He probably will start another lap, but certainly Andy Dalton is on the attack here, and Kevin McGrath is defending heavily. And that's whatever that is on that stride, the beacon striker of Rob McGovern. It's getting worse. A lot of sparks coming up from the car as he goes through Campion Corner that time. And he Dalton's dropped back just a little bit, but don't worry, there's a braking zone coming. Here he comes again, right up to the back of the car in front, and car just weaves around as he gets on the power. There's Michael Cullen starting his final lap, 25 seconds to go. Battle for second well back, but it's still raging. That's not them, they're back markers. Should be just coming out of the S's now. Next cars come into view after this one, that's Damien Roddy. Here we go, next two cars we want to watch. That's them. We missed the action in the braking zone there, but that's where Andy Dalton gets closest. But I think Kevin McGrath has it all in hand. The clock is at 0, so they have a lap to go. McGrath, Dalton, McGovern. Checkered flag will be next time round. On the final lap, I don't think he's going to get close enough. Here's Michael Cullen to take yet another win. He's won the championship already. He's going to win both races today. Many wins. Celebratory slide for him. Grabs third gear. Thumbs up there as he crosses the line. Michael Cullen takes 2 out of 2 here at Mondello Park today in the Bill Griffin Motors Irish Striker Championship, which he's already won. Checkered flag is being waved, but it's going to be the battle for second. We're watching. No sign of them just yet. Here they come out of the S's. Not the first car. Second and third ones here. And holding the inside line just in case, and here comes Andy Dalton down the inside, but even Andy can't do it and gets very sideways on the run to the line. Great entertainment from these two though. And second place is going to be Kevin McGrath. He crosses the line now, and Andy Dalton right with him in third place. That's your podium. Then it's Rob McGovern in fourth place with that spark still coming from the back of that car. The lad, he got that one to the finish. And then 2 or 3 more cars coming through together. Here they come. That is a battle for position. That's McFadden, Berg and Weller Etna, isn't it? It is coming towards the line now, so McFadden just holding them off. Roger trying to get by Pat Bergen, doesn't quite do it on the run to the line, so that's the way they are, 5th, 6th and 7th. And Niall McFadden, Pat Bergen and Roger Weller Etna. So we'll have our results on screen now. You're in shot there, Gregor. Well, I feel a bit like Theresa Mannion out here on the balcony. It's really windy. It's been a great day's racing at Mondello Park, and it's been a great season. So we want to thank Infinite Energy for coming on board with the ICCR this year. We want to thank the Beacon Hospital, if I can stand still for a minute, for helping us with this live stream. See it live, for the work that goes on downstairs that you don't see in that outside broadcast unit. It's been absolutely fantastic. Everybody works so hard. To the marshals, to the officials, to everybody else, competitors and teams. I think Irish Motorsport, Irish Motor Racing is looking very good. I'm struggling to stand in one spot here. That storm is definitely coming. But their champions have been crowned today. Have a look on ICCR.ie. You'll be able to get all that information back. And of course, you can watch this back on YouTube and on social media channels. I'm going to get back inside, but to everybody involved, thank you and well done. It's been a great season here at Mondello Park.
GSE.
Wow. Wow. The Opel Astra Electric.